What's going on is Anton from AntonDaniels.com. I appreciate you guys for continuing to rock with me. Thank you for tuning in for another edition of the Millionaire Morning Show. I am your host, Anton Daniels. What up, what up, what up, what up, what up? What's happening, friends and family? I appreciate y'all for continuing to rock with me. Shout out to everybody that I met out in the streets this weekend, everybody that I seen kicking it, everybody that said what up, everybody that flicked it up. What's going on, chasers? Yo, first day of the month, the first weekday of the month is the best day to join the bag chasers, all right? Yeah, man, we here. Make sure y'all get y'all Teach Henley, 40% off your first order, 20% off for life. That link is in the description, but the link to the Patreon is pinned to the top of the chat. What up, chat? What up, everybody? What's going on? How was y'all weekend? What's going on, AD? How was your weekend? I worked. You know me. Same old, same old. Oh, I did go see Spider-Man. Yes, I did go see Spider-Man. So I seen Spider-Man. I thought it was a really good movie. Better than what you usually get from Marvel. So I went and seen Spider-Man. That was good. Spider-Man. And I went and checked on some properties. And I worked. Spider-Man properties work. Spider-Man properties work. That's pretty much what was going on with me. How was y'all weekend? The morning, just became debt-free now, studying Stock Club. Happy to join the chasers. Welcome, welcome, welcome to all of the new bag chasers. Shout out to all of the new people that's in the chat. Shout out to everybody that just recently joined. I got a post going up for y'all today, a live stream going up Wednesday. We're doing a live stream Wednesday. And I think we might do a live stream or a video going up on Friday. So we posting 3 times this week. How was Spider-Man? Spider-Man was good. Spider-Man was really, really good. Shout out to the young people, man. Shout out to young people. I ran into a lot of young people this weekend. They are so different, the young people. Young people nowadays are so much different. You know, sometimes I get a little bit perplexed, though, because I be thinking to myself, maybe we were similar in some way, shape, or form. I don't know, because, like, for example, I told a young person this weekend to do something, and they're going to get mad at me like, oh, I got to do all that. Like, what do you mean? You need me. I don't need you. What do you mean, do you have to do all that? It depends on what you want your results to be, I guess. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? It was just like, young people today think that they're doing you a favor when you tell them to do something so that you can do something that's in their best interest. And I'm not the type of person to explain it to you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to tell you what the benefits of you doing what you're supposed to do is supposed to be. You're supposed to do what you're supposed to do regardless. No? I have ID Walker. I'm posting that today. I'm posting a Patreon meetup official date today. I haven't determined a venue. I'm looking at between a few different venues, and then somebody said that they had somewhere for me, but it's got to be as lit as it is in DC. It's got to be as lit as it is in DC, so I got to figure that out. Got to figure that out. I work on a weekend, just looked into a property on the way home. All right. Y'all ready to get started with this? You know, one of the pieces of feedback that I was reading from you guys on this show was there are people that enjoy the beginning of the show while I wait for people to gather in. And then there are people that say, we just want to get to the subjects. So, all right. Y'all want to just get straight to it. I just want to get, because people don't know what they want. They don't know if they want me to do a 4-hour show. They don't know if they want me to do a 5-hour show. If they would prefer for me to just get through all of the subjects really fast and do a 2 to 3 hour show. In my mind, I'm thinking that the goal is to make sure that I entertain y'all, take my time, and then at the same time add value while allowing y'all to get through y'all day. So that was the whole goal of starting in the 9 o'clock hour and kicking it with y'all and doing 4-hour live streams. Now, because I got to continue to adjust based off of the people. So I would like to get y'all feedback. Do you guys prefer that we get through the subjects faster, or take our time and then it takes a little bit more time for us to have a 4-hour live stream? People have ADHD. I thought that, hey, listen, we here, we getting it in, we kicking it with each other. It's almost like they want me to do it how they're used to looking at CNN and their regular news. And I'm like, y'all want that? Why would anybody want to do it the way that they used to do it on the regular news? But, I got to ask y'all and I got to talk to y'all about it, because I want to make sure that they said take your time, Pastor. I want to make sure that somebody says stop allowing the chat to derail you is what I vote. Well, here's the thing, finance guy. And I can tell by your name, finance guy, that you just want to get straight to the subjects. It's like a woman. You got to take your time. You want to get the woman up to your place and just hurry up and knock her down. No, that's not what get her extra moist. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you might have to go to dinner. Take long walks home. Maybe talk a little bit while they pull your car up at the valet. Hold hands. Man, I'm so happy that you're here. Hug her a little bit, And then maybe you don't even show no interest in inviting her up the first time. That's the play. That's the real play, is to say, you know what? I'm not really tripping off of that. Listen, let me get you home. And she going to say, oh, I don't mind coming over. Listen. I want to respect you, and we got all the time in the world. I don't plan on you just being around for a short time. I want to keep you around for a little bit, and see how it works out. So the best way for us to do this, I think, is for me to respect you and respect your time. And I think it's worth it. I think you're worth it. The wait is worth it. So let's not make a big deal about it. Let's spend more time focused on enjoying each other and companionship. And then we'll see where it goes from there. And she going to be all in. Now you got her locked in, big dog. Now you got her locked in. So you just don't make it a thing. You don't plan for the box. The box is supposed to come naturally, right? So you just chilling. You just slow motion. You having a good time. Money ain't no big deal. You ain't tripping about it. She's so used to a dude talking to her about 50-50 over dinner. She be worried. Now she knows she ain't got to worry about you. Now she know you ain't no sexual deviant. Now she know you ain't a predator. Now she know that you a cool person. Now she know that she ain't got to really trip about bringing her purse when she come out and hang with you. So now you got her at ease. She relaxing. She chilling. She having a good time. And y'all just out and about chilling, spirit of moment. Call her up in the morning one day. Hey, you want to go get breakfast? You got plans? Okay, cool. I was going to get something to eat, so I didn't know if you wanted to join me or not. So y'all slow motion. No, but you just want to rush it up. That's the same way I look at y'all trying to hurry up and get through these subjects. You can't accurately mine through the subject and finesse it the way that you want to if you always in a rush. When you in a rush, you make mistakes. When you're in a rush, you make mistakes. You ever had your girl call you? You already out the door on a weekend, on Saturday, you out the door and your girl call you and she say, "Oh my God, it's so late in the day. I need to get up and get myself together so that I can." And you say, "Hey, just chill out. It's Saturday or Sunday. Relax. You got all week to be in a rush. Just slow motion. Get your rest in. Don't stop setting your alarm." "Well, where you at?" "I'm at the office. I'm taking care of business. I'll be back when I get back. Just relax. If you need something to eat, I'll send you some food or whatever. I'm going to pick you up at this time. We're going to go get something to eat and we're going to figure it out." You take your time. You don't have to be in a rush for every single little thing. We'll get there. We're going to make it do what it do. You know? Also, let me run something else by y'all real quickly and then we're going to go ahead and get straight into the show. Because I got a full show that's available for you. Like the spontaneity. We might do a Saturday show this weekend just to do coaching calls. Coaching calls on Saturday. I'm thinking about doing a test run on that, but we'll see. We'll see. Let me work some stuff out. We'll figure it out. I've been doing some research over the weekend because I had this idea. And so me and my daughter, we love cars, and so we all in the cars or whatever. And I've been driving the Challenger over the past week. Probably going to take it back and switch up to something different. But I haven't wanted to do anything on the Hellcat because I don't like the fact that all of these Hellcats look the same. And I'll tell you something else. Most of these cars is beat up out here. I haven't seen any pristine Hellcats lately. It's like they all stolen and they all beat up. And I had a guy that walked up to me at the car wash as I was at the do-it-yourself car wash. He was like, "Oh my God, I haven't seen a real Hellcat in a long time that's not beat the hell up." I say, "Yeah, my car only got like 2,000 miles on it, but I like to drive it." Anyway, so I'm looking at that and I haven't wanted to do anything major except maybe swap out the exhaust, throw some tint on it, but it's a beautiful car as is. And my daughter keep pressing me like, "Dad, you need to do this. You need to do something different." I'm like, "Nah, that's your style. You like the stars in the ceiling. You like, the super tune. I like my stuff kind of cool." You know what I'm saying? But then I seen online this body kit that made it kind of look like the 68 Charger. It looked like the 68. And I'm like, "Man, that is beautiful." But then they wanted a ton of money, like over 100,000 above MSRP for the changes. And so I had an idea, and I'm gonna break it down for y'all inside of the Patreon, because I think I'm gonna wind up doing it, but I like to document it for y'all so that I can actually show y'all what the costs are, what my failures are, what my successes are. And I'm thinking about starting some form of manufacturing for parts and body kits. So my idea is to design what the body kit would look like for the newer vehicles the way that we want it to look, to drive the cost out. I'm not going to talk about that part. And then to either manufacture it ourselves or commission the manufacturing after we get the molds, and then do the different designs based off of whatever the newest vehicles are. What do y'all think about that? I'm thinking about getting into manufacturing. Buying some land or a facility, and then starting to build up a manufacturing facility based off of that. What are y'all thoughts on that? I'm thinking it's going to be very expensive, though, to stand that up. Very, very expensive. Well, you can 3D print the parts. Here's the problem, though, Demetrius. 3D printing takes a long time. It could take days, depending on how big the 3D printer is, to print all the parts for just one car. Then you got to take in the cost of the 3D printer, which those can be very expensive. The big ones, the big 3D printers, those can be very expensive. And then you got the energy costs that go along with the 3D printers. So I'm trying to figure out what that looks like. You gonna come work for me? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if you can 3D print that and still be profitable. I don't mind spending the money up front. So I was talking to my daughter about it this morning before I came into the studio. About different business ideas that we might want to do. It's expensive to get the die mold. 3D printing is only so big. You have a lot of logistic factors, but it's doable. I don't know whether I don't see the die. You could do the 3D printer, but then I don't know if I would just do the 3D printer for the early prototyping. But the die molds are very expensive, but then you can't custom as much as you want to. I don't know, man. I'll figure it out. Plastic, the fuel is the future. They don't make parts anymore. Cars are a liability. You're missing it. You're missing it. Use 3D printing on your farming equipment, but how long does it take for you to 3D print a part? I think I can drive out the cost by only doing 3D printing. Because I can always customize what I want to print out. If you cast it, you can only make, like, you have to buy each mold for each part. I don't want to do it that way. Might be a good idea, Abe. Let me see what the cost of a big 3D printer. You can get them pretty big, or it looks like. What I do, a commercial. Ain't gonna be over 100,000 if you want to. Large format and high temp, production grade and SLS systems, advanced high speed or powder bed fusion system built for high end manufacturing. Let me see. They're very expensive, bro. The 3D print materials is $200 per kilogram of expensive 3D print materials. Otherwise, on an open market, it's $25 to $100 per key. Yeah, we about to do this. We gonna do this. I don't know if I'm gonna fail or not, but I'm gonna do it. I don't know if I'm gonna fail or not, but I'm going to do it. But yeah, that's my next business venture. So, all right, I think I'm about to get into manufacturing. That's not a bad idea. Eddie says just partner with a company currently doing it and design the AD package to your design and specs, and that's that. The benefits are manifold. Where though? Who? Somebody said, what kind of custom parts are you looking to supply? I want to be able to supply whatever parts is profitable for, you know what I'm saying, for old and newer vehicles. Somebody said it's time consuming and I will fail, but try it. Well, we'll see. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Maybe I can do it local, right? Maybe I can do it local to where you kind of make it like a car bar. And in that car bar, it's for gearheads and for people that want something custom. They come in and ask for what they want, but it's also a hangout spot. I gotta figure it out. I gotta figure it out. I would like to do everything here. I don't really want to do anything outside of here because I want to control the IP and I want to control the designs, and I don't want people, yeah, I don't want to partner with nobody overseas. Texas Honey says, hold on, let me look at this. There are grade levels of material for resistance. You can either use the part or sub a mold to a contract to a local CNC manufacturer, and they can program and cut it out of steel. Somebody said what my role would be. I would be okay, so what people don't understand is this is not just for me, but this is for me and my daughter. So we love cars, but we want to create a business around cars because we see where the gaps are because we into the car scene here in Metro Detroit. And there's things that we want that we can't find. And so we like, man, we could just build it ourselves. But in the process of saying that we can build it ourselves, we then start to think about it and say, well, we might as well make money from it too, in addition to just building it ourselves. I'm gonna look into it. Listen, it's gonna take some research and it's gonna take some time, but we definitely gonna document the process and we're gonna continue to do it. So, I mean, what else we got to do? Might as well make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm. Um, Subscribe to the channel. What do you mean by a car drive? What does build a car drive in? What does that mean? What does that mean to build a car drive in? All right, we'll figure it out, y'all. We'll talk about it. If y'all not a part of the Patreon, make sure y'all tap into the Patreon. And I'd also like to have this conversation in the Discord. So I might be in the Discord later on the day to talk about it, just to make sure that we can deep dive into it so we can spread our ideas. I don't know anything. It's just an idea that I came up with. And usually when I come up with an idea, I got to see it through and I got to make sure that I get to it. So we'll get to it. I'll talk to it and I'll answer y'all questions in a second. All right. All right. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. Let's get into the show. So, the first thing that I want to talk about, 8 different subjects. The first thing that I want to talk about is this. Let's get into it, y'all.
A Plymouth mother says her son, shot and killed in St. Paul earlier this week, stepped in to protect someone during a domestic violence incident. We first reported this story Thursday morning in downtown near 7th Street East and Wakuta Streets. Tonight, that mother sits down with our Camria Bray, and she's sharing how she wants the community to remember her son. Camria.
Lindsay, that mother walks us through the calls, the confusion, and the heartbreak after losing her firstborn right here, 22-year-old Sion Jordan. She says she spent years shielding him from the violence, only to watch it reach him anyway.
He was my strength. He bought his first home before he turned 21. He just had everything going for him. I was so proud of him.
It's pain that can't be wiped away.
Just going through pictures and videos, and it doesn't feel real. Even at the hospital, I'm like, this isn't real. No, he's gonna wake up.
Melinda and Nelson Aguilar keep searching for answers, trying to understand why their son, 22-year-old Sion Jordan, was killed after coming to downtown St. Paul.
The main thing, the common denominator was a girl got beat up. My son came to either help or assist her, or she called for help.
That girl was being assaulted by a man.
Yes. I was told as soon as he got there, he was shot.
She says Sion didn't chase danger.
He had a soft spot for girls. He was a gentleman all the way.
And she wishes he hadn't answered that call.
I wasn't even mad at the guy involved because I don't know what happened. I was just disappointed he went. Why didn't you just call the police?
What have we been saying? On this platform, on Room 9, on After Hours, on the Anton Daniels channel. It does not pay. You wind up being the person that lose your life. Nobody else loses their life. The girl don't lose her life. The guy don't lose her life. And y'all need to stop listening to these women on social media that keep telling y'all, where are all the men at? How come they won't stop these other guys from kicking our butts and kicking our faces in? And so I always say, well, how did you get into the situation where you getting your face kicked in the first place? Because protection is both proactive and sometimes reactive if you 100% cannot avoid the situation, meaning that if you are a woman that is under my covering, then you need to follow directions on how we can avoid confrontation in the first place. We're not going to go to certain places. We're not going to get into certain conversations. If certain things pop off, we're going to go ahead and leave a little early. All of that stuff, that is a part of protection. Protection is not just you getting into a confrontation because somebody checked you or whatever. Because guess what? This is the part of the story that people don't talk about. This is the part of the story that people don't share. Nobody is going to do a deep dive on her son. Very few people are actually having a conversation about this. As a matter of fact, I have seen nobody, zero, zilch, nada, ever say anything about this young man that has died trying to step into a situation where a girl was getting her butt kicked. And so he tried to intervene, and now he not here no more, and he lost his life. And it's a good possibility that that same girl is still with the same guy that was kicking her butt in the first place. He tried to be a hero. Now, unfortunately for him, he was a young man that didn't know any better. So He was probably raised with old school values to say, well, I'm going to protect this woman. I'm going to make sure that she okay and all of this other stuff. That's the way he was probably raised by his mother, his parents. He looks, honestly, I'm not even sure that that's his father right there. Is that his father? It looked like she got a black, she had a black son with a black man. And then they had maybe 2 other kids, or whoever this man is right here. And again, I'm just looking at it and observing it and making the assessment. But he looks like he has a separate father from the person that may be his father. And I'm not saying that it is or it isn't, but we gotta be 100. We gotta have the conversation based off of the information that's being provided for, right? Rest in peace to him. And prayers up for the family, because I don't think that anybody should have to deal with this type of nonsense. But my point is when we had these conversations and you have women and simps in the chat that is jumping off the bridge saying that, yep, you should put your life in danger for a woman that you don't know, for a situation that you're not aware of, and against a man that you don't know if he's going to take your life. I look at the people funny, and I know that I'm right. And this story confirms that I'm right. Because the 22-year-old's life that died, that bought his own home at 21, his life was probably more valuable than the lives he was trying to protect. But he's the one that wound up getting into a situation that he can't come back from. So now his family is mourning him. And I don't see anybody putting up for his funeral. I don't see anybody coming to his aid. And I don't see anybody having a conversation with the girl that he was trying to protect. I don't see anybody having a conversation with the girl that he was trying to protect. So long story short, he was in St. Paul, downtown, right? He was in St. Paul. I'm guessing that this is over in the Minneapolis, St. Paul area. Chadford Moore says, I disagree on that point. The situation was still would have happened regardless if the biological father was there or not. He had a father figure but failed to call the cops, just call the cops instead of minding his own. You would be surprised the amount of situations that you avoid yourself from getting into, or the amount of insight that you gain from somebody that cares more about you than somebody that may or may not be a stepfather. And this, I'm not even going to speak on this situation as a result of it. And so remove him out of it, right? And let's talk about this for a second. Let's remove him out of it and let's have a conversation. When you have a biological father that plays a very important role in your life, they have interests, they have stock, they have investments, they have a personal interest in seeing you successful differently than any stepfather. Is as respectable as it may be and crazy as it may be, in my opinion, for a stepfather to raise somebody else's child, or a stepmother to raise somebody else's child, they don't have the type of equity in your success as somebody that is watched you be born, you came out of them, the whole 9 yards, right? They don't. They just don't. They genuinely don't. I don't see stepfathers interested in putting their stepchildren through college. They may guide them. They may give them some insight. They may give them some information, all of that type of stuff. I was excited when on the 1st of August, 2 days ago, I got my daughter's tuition because this is the type of stuff that I dreamed of when I was younger. I was excited to pay my daughter's tuition for the semester, right? I was more excited for her to go to college than she is probably to go to college. I'm more excited for her to be down here during the time that I'm streaming, except instead of being out in the suburbs, and her going to campus and then coming to kick it with me, and then maybe we go and work on our business together. I'm more excited about that than probably anything that I've been excited about in my entire life ever. Ever. It's a special, and it's not even something that you could describe, but you get it, right? Anybody gets it. It's a special type of interest that you take in the success or the growth of your child. And so when I say, where's the father? We try to discount that like that's not a big deal, but that's the biggest deal. It's the biggest deal. And it's very weird to me of fathers that don't take an interest in their children's lives, that don't participate in their life, that when they break up from their family, or when they break up from the woman, they just completely say, oh, we'll skip it. It's like you throw the baby out with the bathwater. And yes, I also understand that there are women that weaponize the children against the fathers, and they don't want the fathers to see the children. I get it all. I understand it all. We've talked about it all. But what I'm saying is, there are things that are communicated to you by your biological parents that a step parent or an outsider or an uncle or whatever, they don't have that. They don't have that interest. They don't have that. I've never in my life seen a step parent be excited about paying a kid's tuition, ever in my life. Somebody said, with that logic, we need to get rid of adoption. With that logic, we need to actually, see, you're looking at it wrong. With this logic that I have, we wouldn't need adoption. You understand that? Adoption and foster care and all of that stuff is a good bridge for broken situations. My conversation is usually how to avoid being broken in the first place. So while other people want to focus on the reactive solutions, I usually tend to focus on being proactive. So if that is your goal, to have the conversation about how we need to be reactive, I'm not saying that you're not needed or your part of the conversation is not necessary. What I'm saying is I would rather get to the root cause so that we eliminate it, instead of continuing to look for justification on why we can have children with people that we don't want to have children with. Oh yeah, I did cover the stepfather that paid the tuition and he didn't even get invited to the graduation. I did cover a girl whose stepfather paid for her wedding, but he wasn't invited to walk her down the aisle. She invited the deadbeat dad to do so because that was just her dream. I did. My point is, because I know that there's a lot of guys that watch this show that is talking to a woman that may have children or is married to a woman that had children from a previous guy. I'm not getting on y'all right now. That's a Room 9 conversation. That's not a Millionaire Morning Show conversation. I'm not getting on you, but I can see your bias bleeding through the chat because you may feel some type of way about the decision that you made because you love their mother. And that's okay. It's okay for you to be emotional. Just don't react off those emotions. And that's a decision that you made. But don't ask for credit for something that you signed up for. You signed up for it. If I was to be single today and I was to get into a relationship with a single mother, that's what I will be signing up for. I'm going in with my eyes wide open, knowing this lady has a snotty-nosed kid that I have to take as a package deal. So I need to do I need to do some cost benefit analysis to figure out if it's worth it. Is she cool enough and awesome enough to deal with her snotty-nosed kid that is going to say, "You not my daddy"? Because we at that age. We at that age. We're at unfortunately, for a lot of us that are single, we are at an age where you're more likely to find a woman that is reasonable, and usually the women with kids tend to be the nicer, more reasonable, willing to work with you, submissive type, because they know what it's like to get their butt kicked out here, and they need a man. And so you hard pressed to find a unicorn. What is a unicorn? Somebody that is reasonable, that knows how to act like an adult, right? Because the women that may not have kids, is usually something wrong with them too, right? A lot of them may be career focused, or they may be frumpy, and they may have a bad attitude, and they may not know how to communicate effectively because they feel like they ain't got to answer to nobody, you know? Or, you know, they may be spreading themselves across the globe of men and letting every man have them because they don't have to be responsible for anybody. Who knows? There's pros and cons to most situations. All I'm saying is we're going into this eyes wide open, and we're not crazy. We're not operating out of ignorance. We know what we're getting ourselves into when we get into it. You know? I tend to be a person that wants to be solutions-based at its core, at its root. Now, if you run into a woman with kids, my friend in the chat, that is also a headache, oh man. Oh man. Oh man. That's problematic. Anton, you are married with one child. How can you not stepdads? Where you get all this relation? What are you talking about? I know. Listen, I don't have to. So would you suggest that I go and have some children out of wedlock, or that I get divorced and go and talk to a woman that have children in order for me to be able to warn you to make a better decision? Guess what? Some of us looked at everybody else's decisions and we said, you know what? Let's not have any kids out of wedlock. You know what? Let's not be a stepfather. You know what? Let's not do dumb stuff. So I'm telling you from the lens of a person, that's like you saying, why would you be rich and give us financial advice? You don't know what it's like to be poor. So you want me to be poor to give you financial advice? You want me to suffer? Some of us make good decisions, and that is the reason why we can give you advice. Some of us are wise in the things that we decide to do, and so that's why we tell you the benefits of doing something similar. Do you understand? We don't speak from the perspective of duress. We speak from the perspective of success. I don't know why that's difficult for you to grasp. And why do people say that to you like that's an insult? Man, you married with one kid within wedlock, undivorced, and no illegitimate kids. What would you know? How to be successful in a relationship and to not have children out of wedlock, and how to build a successful marriage. Only in the black community. Now you got to get me on my race-based conversation. Only in the black community do we then hold people accountable for doing the right thing. Only in the black community do you get pushback from people from not having illegitimate kids and a bunch of broken women running around from your carnage that you caused in the world. That's true. No, that's true. When you're going through it is how would you know? But if you was going through it, they'd say, well, where's your results? They don't want to hear it either way. Let me tell you something. Most people are looking to be affirmed. They're not looking to understand. They're not looking for solutions. They only want somebody else to say, you know what, it's okay. We're going to show you respect for being a stepfather. No, you're a fool. You're a fool. If everything that you have a conversation about, you got to suffer from it first, you're a fool. You're a fool. Now, that doesn't mean you haven't made better decisions or that you can't endure through it, or maybe you can get a return on it in some other way, but you're a dummy. You're a fool. And if a woman is able to get you to do it, then good for her, but bad for you. How would you know you're successful in your life? Okay.
He hadn't answered that call.
I wasn't even mad at the guy involved because I don't know what happened. I was just disappointed he went. Why didn't you just call the police? Why would you call him? Because you know he was gonna come.
The couple says S6E1 was a legal billing analyst for Xcel Energy.
He was into trading crypto and stocks and bonds.
And loved being a big brother.
He didn't deserve this.
Another man suffered a gunshot wound to the leg. S6E1's death marks St. Paul's 12th homicide of the year. And the family has a GoFundMe to help with funeral expenses. And you can find that link at kstp.com.
That's so sad. Listen, and I'm going to say this to all of my guys that's in the chat, and I'm going to say this to the ladies that understand that nobody is supposed to die because you decided to get into domestic violence dispute. If you see somebody and you see a woman getting into a confrontation with a man and it's not going her way, number one, you don't know what happened and you don't know what they are capable of. You don't know what they got into. You don't know if they're in a relationship. You don't know if they do this all the time. You should call the police. You should call the police. Do not, under any circumstances, approach said guy. This ain't about being a hero. This ain't about being tough. This is about making it home to your family and making the best decision for everybody. The police are trained in de-escalation tactics and how to deal with domestic violence disputes. They deal with them all the time. That is not your job. It is not your job to be doing things for and to people that you do not know. You will find yourself on a t-shirt and on the news asking for a GoFundMe because they need to bury you and they don't have enough of funeral costs. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. Now, women, do you understand why we say what we said? Let me read a couple of super chats and cash apps. Give people their credit. I think it's going to be a great show. It is. It's horrible. It's very bad. It's very horrible. Mike that dude, I appreciate you, Mike that dude, for holding us down. Also want to give a shout out to my dog Spencer Campbell. What up, Spence? Just Christian Black. Thank you, Just Christian Black, for holding us down with the 10 ball. I appreciate you. Christopher Mayberry says, this may be a Patreon question, but can you break down the Netflix stock real quick? Why is it so low and should we invest? Yeah, we can deep dive into that in the Patreon. Let me write it down for the next stock club. I broke it down in multiple stock clubs, but I'll get into it. You want me to give you the crash course answer? And it's not low. first of all, you can't say a stock is low. You can say that it may be lagging as far as its growth this year, but the valuation of a company is the stock price multiplied by the amount of shares outstanding, right? So that's how you know what the valuation of the company is. You can't go say that a stock is low by saying, well, why is it low? Well, a stock could be high as far as what, the price of the stock is, but that don't mean that it's actually growing. And a lot of times companies do stock splits to lower the cost of it, and then it'll have more shares outstanding, right? So it may not necessarily be low. And I'm not looking at the charts right now, but Netflix, from a general perspective, is a one-trick pony. Netflix, which is good and bad, they focus 100% on their energy on producing original content and finding the best content so that they can boost subscriptions and have growth worldwide. Their competition, Disney Plus, which makes movies, they got theme parks, they got all of this stuff. Apple TV, which is the most valuable company in the world now. They just recently passed Nvidia. They sell iPhones and Macs, so on and so forth, right? So different companies are taking different strategies, but they also may have an arm. Amazon Prime, they got AWS and all of this stuff. So a lot of what Netflix is depending on in order to be successful is to really be the best in the industry, because their growth is based off of a subscription model. It's generating revenue directly from the people, whereas the arm that a lot of these other companies generate revenue off of is not based off of them being able to put out content. So that gives you a little bit of insight on Netflix and also its valuation and also its competition. So there's the answer to your question. Bro, you be asking some questions for $5, big dog. Orlando Williams, I can't blame you though, says, think about doing EFI for old school cars. I wouldn't mind doing manufacturing for old school cars and building parts. Saturday Night Beater says, Anton, what happened to full ride scholarships? What do you mean what happened to full ride scholarships? I don't understand. What's the question? They're still out there. You should go and apply. They should go and apply for some. I don't know what that means. Are y'all saying that y'all want me to give a full ride scholarship? Billy Ray Valentine says, good morning, King. What we doing for my birthday tomorrow? Dancing? This girl love to dance. This girl stay moving. And not only do she run marathons, but she love to dance. You got to figure it out. I don't know. What are you doing for your birthday? Tell us about it. Tell us about it. We'll figure it out. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm. And I'm going to wish you a happy birthday tomorrow, too, and I'm not going to forget. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. Just a quick hit over in Chicago. No, we're not going to talk about the crime in Chicago. We're going to talk about something else. Sales taxes.
Well, shopping this weekend will cost just a little more. The sales tax goes up tomorrow across the Chicago area. WGN's Brian McCray explains.
Well, it's the last thing anyone wants to do is pump out more money for taxes. However, a bill looking to save transit routes is asking consumers to do just that. But hometown businesses say this could affect their bottom line. It's no secret, living in certain parts of Illinois, things can add up fast, especially in Chicago.
The taxes keep going up, and Illinois is like the highest taxes in the country.
On Saturday, another tax hike takes effect.
It's kind of gut-wrenching. I think that is going to affect things, and I think it's really hard, and it's egregious.
Local store owner Sarah Plocker is talking about Senate Bill 2111. The bill passing in Springfield last October, voting to raise sales tax across Illinois by 1/4 of a percentage point.
All we ever do is just keep raising the prices and raising the prices.
The increase coming after lawmakers say transit ridership never bounced back after the pandemic, coupled with federal relief dollars running out. Illinois State Representative Steve Reich in McHenry County opposing the bill, saying the people in his county are being asked to shell out money for a system they don't use.
This is just another way of paying for something that should be dealt with in another manner, and McHenry County, I'll be honest with you, has no business being part of this bureaucracy.
The increase going into effect will hit all of Chicago, along with its 5 neighboring collar counties: DuPage, Kane, Lake, McHenry, and Will. Democratic State Senator Ram Villavam, who spearheaded the bill, sent WGN this statement, reading in part, "As part of Senate Bill 2111 to create a world-class public transit system in Illinois that is safe, reliable, accessible, and integrated."
I don't think it will ever stop.
Listen, you guys will be taxed to your eyeballs bleed. And a lot of times we like to say, oh man, it's just a sales tax or whatever, because most people only pay attention to two different types of taxes. They pay attention to the tax on their paycheck, right? And they pay attention to their property taxes. And the reason that they only pay attention to those is because those are things that they have to participate in. You got to pay your property taxes and you got to pay the taxes that come out of your regular paycheck, right? But most people don't think about the nickel and diming that then removes your quality of life by having high taxes. And I'll tell you, like, even in Michigan, we have a 6% sales tax on goods and services all throughout the entire state. When I went over to Chicago and I actually had bought my first timepiece, my first high-end timepiece over in Chicago. Actually, I think I went to Oak Brook, which is outside of Chicago. It was a lot. It was way more than here. And so I was like, whoa, wait a minute. Hold on for a second. I might need to go back to Michigan before I actually buy my timepiece, because I was going to buy it in inner city Chicago. So then I went out to the suburbs, and the suburbs was slightly cheaper. And so I said, well, listen, I'm going to just go ahead and get what I said I'm going to get, and I'm going to just go from there. But my point is that a lot of times your quality of life reduces significantly because you guys are being nickel and dime to death. And what happens is they pass that raised cost over to the consumer. And what they hoping for is that you guys just get used to it. You know what? This is just normal. You're not used to doing anything cheaper. And so this is just the cost of doing business. It's just the way that it is. I hadn't traveled outside of Michigan, outside of Cedar Point, and my parents taking me to Dawson, Georgia, and Atlanta when I was a lot younger in order to visit the people, visit where they came from, where my father came from, and stuff like that. But I hadn't really been out of Michigan. So as an adult, until I was in my late teens, 18, 19 years old, right? That was around the time that I first got on a plane. So all I knew was 6%. I grew up 6% sales tax in Michigan. That's just the way that it is. But why don't we, as a culture and as a society, why don't we have conversations on lowering taxes? Why are we not working towards lowering taxes? I'll tell you why. Because people feel that should be a Republican agenda. That is a Republican agenda. And under no circumstances do we do anything Republican-based. Lowering taxes on everything? Because usually people will say stuff like, well, how are we going to do this or how are we going to do that? And the question that I ask is, well, how was it getting done in the first place? We don't require for our politicians to be fiscally responsible. We don't. We don't tell them that they need to start using our tax dollars more effectively. We don't require for them to do audits and then to say, all right, so this is where we can spend money and where we can't spend money. We're not even at the city council meetings when they propose different things that happen every single week and how they're going to pay this much for a new sign and how they're going to repair this particular facility and how they need to make sure that they put money into this community center and where this money is going to go into police services. We don't talk about any of that type of stuff. We don't. Well, the reason I say lower is because lowering taxes ultimately leads to the elimination. But a lot of times you can't just go cold turkey. You got to wean people off of the nipple. Got to wean them off. You didn't just cut your kid off. Eventually you weaned them off. Right? You got to wean them off of that nipple. All right, so listen, I'm going to show you how to do things yourself. I'm going to show you how to do this. I'm going to show you how to do that. Eventually they start doing it. It just becomes a part of life, right? And so they keep pitching y'all, well, we'll just raise it a little bit more. We'll just raise it a little bit more. We'll just raise it a little bit more. We'll just raise it a little bit more until everything is unaffordable. The price at the pump. All of that was determined before you was ever born. Most of us. So when we go to the gas station, we don't even think about it. We don't think about all of the taxes that almost double what you're paying for gas at the pump. Because the true cost of crude oil, right, refined and then sent to our gas stations is not the true cost that we're paying for gas. Even when we make it here and refine it here in the U.S. And so a ton of those costs, you wonder why gas is so much higher in certain places like California than it is over in Michigan? Well, it's not just because it's the Midwest. It's not just because we're the Motor City. It's because they're taxing y'all to death. So what you pay at the pump is normal for you. And when we go out of town and go and visit California, we're like, $5, $6 for regular? That's crazy. It's crazy. And they justify it. And then they tell y'all, well, listen, we're going to have the lottery. We're going to bring in the lottery. And what do you say? Oh, okay, cool. We like the lottery. It's a chance for us to win $1 billion. No, you're never going to win it. You're never going to win it. You're going to play a whole lifetime, and the money that you invested in that, you could invest it in yourself, and you could have dollar cost average, and you could have had a whole lot of money put up. No, you're not. No, you're not. But the way that they sell it and they pitch it, and the way that they're able to push it through legislation is to say, well, listen, all of the profits that come along with schools or that come along with the lottery is going to go to your schools. It's going to improve school districts. It's going to make sure that you are able to get new computers and the children are going to be taken care of. You say, oh, well, you know what? I don't mind it. And the people that want to play, hey, listen, it's their choice. And even if I do play it, it's going towards a good cause. And I might win. And so you guys say, yep, we're going to do it. We're going to do it. In the first little bit of years, they may put it towards the schools, but then they're going to finesse you. And the money that they were spending towards schools already, they're going to put that back in the general coffers. And then they're going to say, no, all of your money is going towards schools. It's going towards schools. Now, it wasn't additional money on top of it to improve teacher salaries and equipment and the quality of the schools and smaller class sizes. The school budget is going to stay the same. Then they're going to start having that money moved around and say, well, this is for the general fund. And most of it goes towards the schools. And then you're going to have a situation where in Chicago, they got $734 million budget deficit. They're going to say, you know what? But we need to get more money from the state. And y'all going to say, well, the people that remember, they're going to say, well, what about all of the money from the lottery that was going towards the schools? And they're going to say, well, that's not enough because we have legacy costs and we have pension obligations and we have lawsuits and we have all of this stuff. And so what was sold to you is going to dramatically change because what you got is going to be different than what you have. What you got is going to be different than what you have. So they're going to incrementally continue to raise taxes over in Chicago because they know that the people are not going to do or say anything about it. And you're going to get taxed and taxed and taxed to death and bag tax and social media tax and property tax and income tax. And if you're a business owner, you then have to pay taxes for the employees, payroll taxes. Did y'all know that? Yeah. When you get hired by a company, they have to pay payroll taxes. It's the real. And then you got to pay a tax to continue to do this. And if you hire somebody, you got to pay a tax on that. And then we got the black tax. That's not official. That's a real thing. And even if you win the Powerball or the Mega Millions, walk on wood, half of it is going to go towards taxes. Actually, more than half. If you win $100 million, you're going to probably get 30, 35. And why do people care? Or why do people not care? Because it's more than what I had. So $65 million going to go to the state. 35 going to go to you. And we're going to be okay with it. We're going to be okay with it. And we think that just because they say, well, we're going to tax the rich, no, they're going to tax you. See all of these taxes over there in Illinois and these business owners are suffering? Nope, they're going to tax you. You're going to be the ones that suffer.
It'll just keep going up and up and up. And that's just the way Illinois works.
Lawmakers say in the year 2026, that increase will bring in more than $200 million, and by the year 2027, more than $500 million.
And that's how they sell you. That's how they sell you.
Reporting in Chicago, Bryant McCray, WGN News.
You're shopping this weekend, you're going to be paying a little more. Starting tomorrow, sales tax across Chicago and 5 collar counties will be going up.
WGN's Brian McCray.
Somebody said it really ain't nothing nobody can do about it. You couldn't be any more wrong.
Reports on what this will look like for your wallet.
It's no secret, living in certain parts of Illinois, things can add up fast, especially in...
Yeah, we got it. We got it. Shout out to Illinois and Chicago for continuing to tax everybody and ruining everybody's pocketbooks. What up, Millions26? I appreciate you for rocking out with us and getting it in. I'm going to read Super Chat shortly. I want to get into the next part of the show. We got a couple things we got to cover really quickly.
Tonight, new video showing the moment a man stepped in to stop a shooter who opened fire outside this Idaho In-N-Out Burger Saturday afternoon, sending people running for their lives.
What's happening? What happened? What's happening?
Shoot, shoot.
Shoot. Go, just go. Go, go, go.
You see a gunman with an AR-style rifle unleashing several rounds in the drive-thru of the popular fast food chain, which opened just days ago in Twin Falls. Another man then returns fire. Lane Cohen witnessed the shooting from his car.
Is he a hero?
Yeah, I would say he definitely distracted the shooter from shooting more people. The shooter was solely focused on him, and it allowed us to get out. I mean, the car directly ahead of me was getting shot.
Police crediting that man and an off-duty state trooper who also returned fire with helping save lives. Officials say 3 people were killed and at least 7 others injured. The president and owner of In-N-Out confirming one of her employees was killed.
I could see an employee trying to carry another person out. She had a gunshot wound to the chest. He was just screaming her name. Tell her to wake up, wake up.
Taxi driver Terry Dudley was shot while charging his car. His son Michael says his father is now intubated in the hospital.
He's in pretty rough shape. I haven't been able to talk to him.
Tonight, officials say the gunman, identified as 24-year-old Chad Williams, died from a self-inflicted gunshot. His motive still unclear.
Dana's joining us now from Twin Falls. And late tonight, Dana, we heard from police praising those who jumped into action to try to stop this attacker.
That's right, Hallie. Tonight, police commending the heroic actions of that off-duty state trooper and citizen, saying they most certainly saved lives here. We're also learning new information about the survivors. 5 remain hospitalized, 2 of them listed in critical condition.
Y'all have the survival instincts of a potato. Y'all do. Why are y'all stopping and rolling the window down and saying, oh my God, what's happening? And then you need instructions for somebody to say, hey, listen, keep driving. Get the hell out of here. You see all of us running? Do you hear the shots? You probably should get out of here. Y'all don't have no survival instincts whatsoever. It's like crazy people. And you see crazy people seeing crazy people, and it's like y'all got to go and investigate. Similar to what we was looking at when they did that festival over in I forgot where the festival was, and the people wasn't running, and they had to hear 14 shots before they decided to take cover or to get out of there. And the people just looking, hey, what's going on? Did you hear that? And the news reporters start walking towards it and stuff like that. Like, what are y'all doing? How do you not know to get the hell out of there? I'm going to get to the shooter in a minute. I'm going to get to the people in a minute. How do you not know to get the hell out of there? If I see too much commotion, if I see too much traffic, oh, shoot. Got to be another way. I don't even know what's going on down there. All I see is traffic is stopped. I'm out. It's got to be another way. You know why I use my my app, my Apple Maps? You know why I use Apple Maps? Some of y'all may use Waze. Some of y'all may use Google Maps. Some people may use some other type of map, cool, whatever map you use. The reason why I use Apple Maps is not that I don't know where I'm going, especially locally. It's to give me some insight on what the traffic is doing. Because I need to know where and where not to go and what the best alternatives are. And sometimes it'll take me and it'll give me different ways. I'm like, man, what's going on over here? And it'll, I'm curious, so I need to go and look in the app to see what's happening in that area, and it's messed up. They got construction, it's an accident over there, whatever. So I'm choosing to do things based off of convenience. I'm not even going to be around there. Not even, what's happening? And they're recording. What's happening? Oh my God. There's people getting shot, ma'am. There's people getting shot over there.
Hallie.
Good afternoon, everybody. We're here today to provide an initial update regarding the incident that occurred yesterday, Saturday, August 1st, 2026, in the area of In-N-Out. We will not be taking any questions at this time, but we remain committed to transparency and will provide updates just as soon as we are able.
Somebody says Waze does a better job at that than Apple Maps. It does a better job than what? Waze does a better. Waze tells you when the police are on the side of the road, and it tells you all of the hazards in real time. People are reporting those things live. Yeah, you can report it live also on Apple Maps if I'm not mistaken. I like how Apple Maps is integrated. Like, for example, let's say I'm going to link up with my daughter. Well, I could literally just select her and just travel straight to her, right? It's integrated with Find My, it's integrated with a lot of things. So I can literally just pick her and just go straight to it. Now, with regard to the police and stuff like that, I don't care. I genuinely don't care. Man, look, I've gotten to the point in my life, and maybe it's just me being older. Maybe it's just me being confident in my lawyers. Maybe it's just because I know that I got all of my paperwork and my insurance is right. But I genuinely don't care where the police is. I don't. I don't care if they sitting on the side of the road. I don't care if they driving down the street and everybody behind them is trying to go the speed limit to make sure that they don't pass them. I'm not doing that, bro. I'm getting to where I got to go. I'm going to drive regular. I'm not about to look at the speed limit. I'm not doing any of that type of stuff. I'm going to get where I got to go, and I'm going to get there as effectively as I possibly can. I'm not doing that, bro. I'm not checking for police. I'm not trying to see if they're on the side of the road. I'm not trying to figure out if I'm going to get pulled over. I'm gone. And the reason I think that works for me is because when I start paying attention to the police, that's when they pull me over. When I don't care, they don't care. They genuinely don't care. They don't care. I'll be just gone, getting it gone, get gone. And everybody else is all timid around them. And I'll be like, man, what is y'all? Oh, it's the police right there. Oh, that's crazy. Let's keep it moving. I'm not doing that, bro. Not doing it. I got to get to where I got to go.
First, I want to acknowledge the victims, their family, and anybody impacted by this tragic event. Our thoughts are with them, and we recognize the fear and concern that this has caused in our community. This remains an active and ongoing investigation. Our priority is to provide the most accurate information available, correct misinformation, direct victims, families, and witnesses and community members to the proper resources. We understand that there are many questions, and we will try to answer as many of those in time as we can. However, because some details cannot be released at this stage, and doing so would compromise our investigation. In review, yesterday at 2:29 p.m., multiple 911 calls were received by the Twin Falls City Communications Center. Dispatchers could hear screaming and reports of gunshots in the background. Officers from our department, along with officers from local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies, all converged to the incident. Fire and medical personnel from the Twin Falls Fire Department and Madge Valley paramedics also responded. First responders faced what was described as one of the most chaotic instances a law enforcement officer can face in their career. Law enforcement began to search for the suspect, as well as assisting medical personnel to the scene safely and providing first aid and transporting those in need to our local hospital. Our department has been in constant contact with the in and out management, and they are actively assisting us in the investigation. At this time, we can confirm that there are multiple victims. Based on the information currently available, there are 3 victims that are deceased. 7 others are injured. 2 of those patients have been treated and released. 3 are in stable condition, and 2 are in critical condition. These numbers are preliminary and may be updated as we continue to work with our medical providers, investigators, and partnering agencies. Out of respect for the victims and their families, who have all not been notified at this time, we will not be releasing the identities of them today. I want to thank St. Luke's and their medical staff for their assistance and their extraordinary care during this difficult time. Now, we know there have been multiple comments online about multiple shooters. We can confirm that there was an off-duty state trooper and a citizen who actively engaged the suspect by returning gunfire towards him. We want to take a moment and commend the actions of the off-duty officer and the citizen and their heroic action to stop this incident. We believe their actions helped drive the suspect away from the scene, preventing further casualties. We can confirm that in the minutes after law enforcement arriving and beginning their search for the suspect, we had a second officer-involved shooting. No one was injured in that incident, and the Twin Falls police officer involved in that shooting, his actions are now being reviewed by the Jerome Police Department. More information about that incident will be forthcoming in the days to follow. At this time, we can confirm that the suspect, 24-year-old Chad Williams, is deceased from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Investigators are continuing to review the incident timeline, process evidence, and conduct interviews. Detectives are working up on following leads and working with assisting agencies. At this time, we are still working to determine the full set of circumstances in this incident, including the suspect's actions and possible motivations. The Williams family has been notified, and they are fully cooperating with law enforcement. Their hearts are also broken during this time. For those directly impacted, victim services and support services are being actively coordinated. Crisis counselors will be on hand today until 8 p.m. at Rock Creek Elementary School, and we're making arrangements to continue that service throughout the week. We are in the process of working with the FBI to set up a Seeking Victims website, and we will provide that information as soon as possible. We are asking the public to avoid spreading unverified information. We have seen social media posts identifying the shooter as a gentleman named Amir Manzik. This information is absolutely false. This gentleman has no involvement in this incident whatsoever. We've also seen reports identifying him as a member of a fire department. This is also completely false. Based on the best information we have at this time, we are confident that Mr. Williams acted alone. If you have information related to this incident, please contact our dispatch center at 208-735-4357.
That's the danger with social media. Social media can be a good thing, and then social media can also be a bad thing. Even on my platforms, I'm very careful about making sure that I can get verifiable information. That's why I don't always like to watch it live unless it's like a very, very, very important event, because so many people lead with misleading information that would ruin somebody else's life, or they implicate certain people that's not even there, or they say that they knew something that they didn't know, and it's all nonsense. It's all BS. They did not know. They are not aware. They are not up on what's going on, and it also can probably ruin somebody else's situation. So when people even tell me, like yesterday, they was like, oh man, you gonna go live or whatever because of this whole shooting situation? I said, no, I'm gonna wait until everything calm down to where we get all of the right information. That way we can have a discussion that's probably gonna be conducive and we can find out what's going on. To be in your early 20s and decide that you want to go and shoot up a bunch of random people, what did I say that was? Come on, y'all, we got to do our profiling. That's white people stuff. That's white people stuff. I told y'all, I'm right 98, 99% of the time when it comes to profiling. "98, 99% of the time, I'm right when it comes to profiling. There's two different types of mass shootings. The first mass shooting is usually something that's random at an In-N-Out in Twin Falls, Idaho, where an employee and two pedestrians that was trying to figure out what was going on wind up getting shot. And then you also usually have a hero somewhere. Somebody that rendered first aid, some civilian that returned fire that can now get the Medal of Freedom, right? Off-duty police officer seeing things going wrong, and he hopped in immediately, which then caused for the guy to take his own life. And now it would have been more people that was taken out, but now it's being prevented because the police are on the scene and they were able to intervene at the time that it happened. Then it's a whole movie. Now we got to make a movie about it, and it's a set. It's that type of mass shooting, and it's another type of mass shooting. The other type of mass shooting is the one that black people do. Drive by, boop, 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 grrr, boop, 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 grrr. Ops is out there. We gonna shoot up and kill everything that's moving. We don't care about children no more. We don't care about kids. And we don't even care if we hit the op. But somebody gotta die. If I go, you gotta go. Somebody got to die. Let the gunshots blow. Somebody got to die. But those are not always classified as mass shootings. A lot of times that's just what happened in the hood, baby. Listen, wrong place, wrong time. Yeah, man, we was having a barbecue and everything was going well. Boop, 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 boop. Grrr. Now, those don't get the same type of coverage. You know why? Let me tell you why. These type of shootings that you see happening right here, this get decent coverage. And the reason that these get decent coverage, because see, when we get a shooting in Chicago or in any urban community, right? There is not an immediate, oh man, Fox News is on the scene, CNN is there, MSNBC, oh, we getting live coverage right now. Let's go over to Dana Bash. Dana, what do you got? Well, we're getting information in right now, but in a general sense, we do have a shooter. We don't know who they are yet. We don't know their motive, but we're live on the scene, and we just seen a Good Samaritan pull out, return fire, and it looks like more than one is injured. They live on the scene right then and there. In the hood, if anybody gonna be live, it's gonna be the people that's riding late at night as crime chasers. Y'all ain't never seen them channels? Sometimes I keep crime chasers up on the screen up here when I'm working. And the crime chasers are the ones that have the scanners and they're riding around LA and they're riding around Chicago. And they're saying, listen, guys, there's a lot going on here at night. See the prostitution over there? That's happening, and this and that, and this and that, and so on and so forth. And so the crime chasers are different because they're not going to be live on the street, on the scene. You're not going to get the big news companies to pull up and be live on the scene. Because we don't even care. We don't care. You never heard of those channels? Oh, man, those channels are interesting. Usually they happen at night. Crime chaser channels be having a lot of viewers, too. People be rocking with them type of streams. Hey, go over there on this channel. Go over there on this street. That's not why. It's not because one is expected and the other one is not. There's mass shootings all over. The reason why is because the people in the community don't care. So I'll give you an example. I guarantee you at this In-N-Out shooting, they probably got 72 phone calls immediately to 911. Oh my God, they're shooting. They're probably still on the scene. I'm recording it right now. It's a shooting. For us, we be like, hear no evil, see no evil. You're going to have to do your job, cops. Defund the police and make sure that y'all go and find it out. Right? So can you help me out? You seen the shooter? I ain't seen nothing. I ain't seen nothing. I ain't know nothing. I ain't seen nothing. I ain't know nothing. Because we don't care. Because we don't have an interest in apprehending the shooter. We don't have an interest. You seen those good Samaritans out there shooting back, firing back? Oh, let me find that picture of you. Yeah, I got you. Look at this guy. He's in a crouching tiger, hidden dragon, standing arch position. Got his aim like this, right? He's bending his knees. He's leaning into the shot. He has both hands on his weapon, and he's returning fire. Ain't nobody diving into the game. Ain't nobody diving in. Ain't nobody diving in to try to go and then boop, 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 boop. Grrr. Man, y'all got switches all everywhere. He's over there. He's everywhere. Just like they trained them in the videos. Just like they train you in CPL shooting. Hold on, honey. We have Hold on, honey. We got a shooter. Oh my God, I can't believe it. Babe. What? It's a shooter over there? There's people in danger. We got to stop them now. People in danger over there. Did we get him? Don't kill him. Hold him for the police, because we need to find out his motives. No, don't you die on me. Don't you die on me. We need to get information. Why did you do it? Why did you do? They got to get all the information. They want to extract it. Get a warrant immediately. Go into his house. Find out if he has any other guns. Arrest his parents. Arrest his parents. That's what happens in these communities. In Twin Falls, Idaho, they're going to find out every reason. They're going to go after the parents. They're going to go after the grandparents. They're going to grill everybody. They want to know why you did it and who else is involved. Why you did it and who else is involved. And make sure you get that good citizen, that good Samaritan. Don't even check for his gun license. Give him the Medal of Honor, Medal of Freedom. We out there just winging it. Boop, 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 boop. Nah, man, I ain't helping you coppers. Nah, I ain't snitching until you give me a corned beef sandwich. That's what they do. And so that's why you see this gentleman down there. And then you got to have somebody recording it. Hey, honey, record me do this. Not playing no games with y'all. Going over there to Twin Falls. I know they do meth up there. I know that the meth epidemic is gripping Twin Falls and so many other suburban communities, especially over in Idaho. But one thing is for sure and two things is for certain. They got guns. I don't care how much meth they do. I don't care how much the mother and the son and the daughter is getting bailed out of jail for meth. You're not going to go over there and shoot up the In-N-Out. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're not going to shoot up In-N-Out. Now, in our hood, every single time, 17 shootings over the weekend, no suspects, nobody apprehended. You got two options in these white communities. Either take yourself out or get held accountable to the fullest extent of the law. And then they're going to go and profile you. They're going to have investigators from the FBI come in and try to psychoanalyze you so that we can prevent this from happening in the community and identify it quicker next time. Going to do a psychoanalysis on them. Sit down, talk to them. Let's do a Netflix documentary. Us here? Forget it, bro. No suspects, no nothing. No nothing. We ain't got to trip about it. And we be knowing who it is, too. John over in them, they been robbing niggas again? Shit, niggas gonna get caught, bro. Gonna get caught. If it's a lie, tell me who told it. Make sure you guys hit the like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. It's mass shootings everywhere. And I know who did the shooting the minute that I see the location and if they're giving a Medal of Freedom Honor Award or anything. I already know. Oh, man, he died. How did he die? He died trying to stop people, or he was a front counter person and didn't want any of his colleagues to die. It was John Smith, father of two, husband of more, took on the shooter. It's memorializing and eulogy. Who's the people that got killed in the hood? Well, they range from 14 to 72. Gam got shot with a stray bullet. 14-year-old was a shooter. But he wound up shooting himself on the way down, and so we wound up catching him at the hospital. He died in the hospital. 24-year-old, 25-year-old, and 22-year-old. They was all hanging out and drinking. One person was a barber. He was just there to cut somebody's hair. He wound up getting killed too. Now tell me what part I'm lying about. Tell me what part I'm wrong about. Hey, man, you know you shot a 72-year-old woman, John? What was she out there so late for? She had it coming if she was just going to be up outside walking her dog out. Well, she was walking her dog to take him out to take a dump. She been in the neighborhood for her whole life. She was born and raised in that house. my fault. The ops was up. It's up and stuck, no matter what we do. It's up and stuck on Blue and them. Because I believe for this color. I don't care how many old people we shooting up in this mother. And we about to, man, cut this track on. Listen to this track. Cut the track on, man. Cut the track on. Yo. We shooting everything. Everything getting hoes. 72, 73s, we don't care how old. Babies, killers, monsters, dealers. Anybody outside, you getting for the Skrilla. Mess with my money, I don't care if it's $2. That's how we doing it on everything. Are we back? 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 Back. No, that was actually my fault right there. That was my fault. I have to take ownership and responsibility of what happened. Let me tell you what happened. I actually hit the power button. I need to move that. I hit the power button. And so I have to apologize for that. That was all 100. So I had to cut my computer back on and hurry up and get back to the live stream. Yo, I had cut my whole computer off. That was my fault now. I was out here thugging. That was my fault. I shouldn't have been thugging the way that I was thugging. I should have did it a little bit differently. But that's all right. We good. We all good in the hood. We back. I couldn't believe it. I just hit the button. I said, oh no. Because you know how you got the little the surge protector? I think I lost my super chats. Your car, if you can send me the super chats, please, so that I can read the super chats. Pop says no contesting a white man wearing cutoff jeans. Man, they gonna be on your head top. Go out there and cause some problems if you want to. Your foot not part of the set, cuz. I had to do my illustration. I had to help y'all to understand what was going on. Oh my God. I'm up there. Cut the power. Such is life. But we back. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. I don't know what I'm going to do on a daily basis. All I know is the Millionaire Morning Show is lit. So if y'all not a part of the gang, make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. Also, make sure you tap into the Patreon. I'm posting a day, live streaming Wednesday, and then we either going to post a live stream, drop a video, or do a live stream on Friday. All right, so make sure y'all tap into the Patreon. Best time to join the Patreon is the beginning of the month. Too old for those sudden movements. All right, y'all, we gotta get to the next subject because the people are gonna be on my head top. Yo, I got a doctor's appointment today. I need to solve for my insomnia, bro. I do. I don't know what it is, but most nights I just be wanting to get. I don't know if my brain be racing or what. But I said, you know what? Let me go ahead and spend some money on these worthless doctors to try to get them to figure out exactly what's going on with me. I went to a doctor's office like 2 months ago, and I was going to try to figure it out. And I had went into the doctor's office, and they was like, oh, no, you have to wait. The doctor is in here. I said, I'm out. I'm out. So we found a concierge doctor, and I'm able to do that. Let me read some of these super chats. Brandon Got Bags says, Anton, can you elaborate on a community going to European countries to buy their bags and luxury things to get a tax write-off when the item is brought to the U.S. No, you're still supposed to pay taxes on it. You're still supposed to pay taxes on it. Man, that's a myth. People don't go out of the country to buy luxury items. If they're out of the country and they wind up buying a luxury item, then that's what's up. I don't want to take no drugs, though. Pop says, lady reporters sound more manly than just a dude. Media does it so bad. Talk about racism. Jay keeping it real says, I'm a little behind on the live. Men are thought to, shout out to Jay for the 5-ball. Men are thought to stay away from DMP business. We live longer that way. That's a fact. Billy Ray Valentine, I read hers. Moses Prophet says, imagine if Apple started making cars. I think Apple should stick to what they're already making. The margins is too small. The competition is too fierce for cars. John McGuire says, came in late after 30 plus years of manufacturing. Skip basic warehouses. Extrusion needs heavy power. Expect a $4,000 to $8,000 a month utility capacity charges, even at zero draw. Factor in upfront EPA and OSHA compliance for poly and fiberglass. We got to do all of that OSHA stuff, even if it's just us. Man, I don't like that. All right, I got them all. Thank you guys for hitting the like for the algorithm. Subscribe to the channel and turn on your notifications. Let's get into the next part of the show. I can't believe that I actually had cut that off. That was pretty crazy. Oh, RFK versus Dana Bash. Have y'all seen this?
You have been placing nearly all the blame on the COVID pandemic and the way that the U.S. responded to it squarely with Dr. Fauci. But of course, he worked for President Trump. Does President Trump also deserve some of the blame?
Well, President Trump, as you recall, wanted to end the lockdowns. I think the thing that did the most damage to our country was the lockdowns. The lockdowns that shut down 3.5 million businesses in our country with no due process, no just compensation. All of our churches closed our schools, and our children are still paying the price for that. And yet we had the worst outcome of any country in the world.
How so?
We had the highest death rate from COVID of any nation on earth.
Well, let me just say, because I've heard you say that before on the death rate from COVID, that's not accurate because public health experts say that there is a combination of factors that went into that: higher rates of chronic illnesses, which I know you would agree with, gaps to our healthcare system, and misinformation about vaccines.
You just said what I said was inaccurate. What I said was accurate. We had the highest death rate from COVID of any place.
There are other countries that had higher, but
you can
go ahead.
argue about why we had that, but nobody can tell you. I mean, we have, as you say, we have the highest chronic disease burden in the world. But Anthony Fauci was mismanaging the COVID pandemic, and he was doing it under the Biden administration. President Trump wanted to end the lockdowns. And in fact, in Anthony Fauci's diaries, he talks about how President Trump is calling him every day, trying to get him to reopen the country.
Yeah, well, the lockdowns were done by governors. I mean, certainly Anthony Fauci and the president had opinions, but the lockdowns were done by governors, and largely because they were hearing.
I didn't know that this was a debate. I thought that she or you are supposed to have somebody on your show, especially if it's a State of the Union, in which you ask them pointed questions and you can ask them follow-up questions. And then that's the way that you let that fall where it may, where the general audience or the public that is watching what you're putting out there will then be able to make their own decisions or informed decisions and compare and contrast against the information. Why is it that Dana Bash always goes at RFK Jr., but she doesn't go after Ilhan Omar? or she doesn't go after anybody else, right? And it's really because there's still an agenda that's going on in which they're trying to justify Anthony Fauci because he worked under more than just one president. But the way that Trump dealt with him is much different than the way that Biden dealt with him. The way that the Republicans dealt with him is much different than the way that the Democrats dealt with him. And so I don't understand that. Now, we can sit here and say that my dog, RFK Jr., I think his vocal cords or something. I don't remember exactly what happened to him. But we can sit here and argue about that and say y'all don't necessarily care for his voice, and y'all can get distracted. I don't care about it. Like we ain't tripping off of that. We not tripping off the fact that I don't like this. And we're all going off of Anthony Fauci's advice when we are trying to figure out what is going on in this country. Even though we have all the modern technology and we had more lockdowns than anywhere else, that we still had results than anywhere else in the country. We not gonna trip off of that. That's nothing that we can control. That is nothing that he can control. That is nothing that that's nothing that anybody can control. All right? Nothing that we can control when it comes to that. But what we can control is how we deal with the new information that were given to us with this whole situation. Give him a glass of lotion. I actually like RFK Jr. I think that he's a great, great person. The only thing about RFK Jr. is his voice. That's the only thing that people can have against him. But once you get past that, we good. Once you get past that, we good.
They were hearing from hospitals saying that their ICUs were overrun and they needed some help while that was happening.
Well, that's not true. That's just not true.
It is
what
true.
You're saying is not true. No, they were doing it because Anthony Fauci was telling them from the top, you need to lock down. There were ICUs that were empty all over the country, including in New York at the height.
I'm asking you, I'm going to go back to what I asked you at the beginning, which is President Trump. And he was the guy in charge. And you tweeted back in 2024 that he let bureaucrats like Anthony Fauci shut down the entire country. Again, the president was in charge.
The president was trying to reopen the country when he left.
What people don't realize is that back then, it's a very interesting situation. We realize that depending on the circumstances, the president didn't have as much power as we thought that he had. This is where civics came into play, right? Where a lot of people said a lot of things, but a lot of people were operating out of ignorance and they didn't even realize the amount of power that the president did or didn't have. That's why you had such a different experience in Florida than you had in Georgia versus Michigan. Michigan versus New York versus Texas. It was a totally different experience from state to state. Stopping at gas stations in states on my way down to Florida, taking a car to Florida to move there. It was a completely different conversation. Another part that we don't want to throw in there is that I personally, and this is something that I haven't really elaborated on because I haven't had a chance to bring it up in any debate. And I said that I wasn't going to do any more debates or panels outside of my own until sometime later next year. And I actually had told Stephen A. and his people that hit me up beginning of next year, and that's when I'll start back doing my debates or whatever. And I told him that a couple weeks ago because he wanted me to come on a platform to debate somebody. I don't remember who they wanted me to debate. And I said, I'm not really doing no debates. I'm not doing no panels. I'm not doing nothing outside of what I got going on. So I need to focus 100% of my energy on building my stuff and doing the things that I need to do for my own brand and all of that type of stuff, right? But I believe that keeping things the way that it was on a state-to-state basis. This was one of the reasons why it was important for Democrats to win the states as far as like the governor, right? Real talk. Here in Michigan, I'll give you an example. We swung the state red for Trump in 2024. But Gretchen Whitmer was the Democratic governor of Michigan. I believe that that played a huge role, a massive role, not only in the finessing of the numbers, but also in the influence of how people were going to vote based off of who the president was at the time, even though the governors were the ones that controlled how open the states could be. You're not hearing me. I believe that on a state's level, the governors and the people that were in charge, especially of swing states, influenced, impacted, and had a very big, very massive role in determining who was going to be president of the United States in 2020. I believe that's one of the reasons why, because mail-in ballots was a major thing. They tried to tell us that Biden got more votes than any president in history. Any president in history. You're trying to tell me that on a state's level, because a lot of people don't believe in local politics, that on a state's level, that didn't play a role, that didn't impact what was going on when it came to voting? Really? Nah. It's so many factors that played a role, and people don't want to talk about it. They don't want to admit it. People act like the pandemic never happened. I am actually the reaction to seeing how people are having a conversation about Dr. Fauci is impressive to me, because people are having less conversation about this than they've had about any other Senate hearings. It's like they blocking out of their mind. It's like they acting like it never happened. It's like they pretending like it's not a real thing. They not even tripping off of Fauci's testimony. They not tripping off of Fauci's testimony. Especially in the black community, black people have had no conversations about the pandemic at all. We don't talk about it. They don't do think pieces on it. I haven't seen anybody send me any videos of people speaking about Dr. Fauci or anything like that. The only people that I see having a conversation about this publicly are white people. White people are talking about the pandemic. White people talk about what's going on. Black people act like it never happened, like it never hit the hood, like it never affected your well-being, like nothing was going on. We ain't talking about none of this. We still talking about Gilbert Arenas and Rashad McCants. And respect to Gil and Rashad. I actually like them both. I don't have no problem with them at all. But we still talking about Gilbert Arenas and Rashad McCants. We don't talk about things that are meaningful. Ashes of Dragon says, because we don't know, we really don't have any new information. Y'all don't be knowing about nothing and y'all still be talking about it. Y'all didn't know nothing about what was going on with Nolan Wells and y'all couldn't wait to do a deep dive about it. Y'all didn't know nothing about what was happening with Carmelo Anthony before they actually released the footage, but y'all wanted to talk about it and do a deep dive about it. We don't never know nothing, but that don't stop people from talking. At all. At all. At all.
The country was kept closed for another year, almost a year and a half after that.
Yep.
Let's talk about
there,
how to prevent the next pandemic, because there's a lot of litigating and relitigating that I don't think is really helpful to do with regard to COVID. And the question is about so-called gain of function, which...
C. Diggs says y'all they be watching the wrong YouTube channels. Well, I've made a concerted effort and said that I'm going to reinvent and change the dynamics of different conversations on all three of my channels. Anton Daniels' channel, The Millionaire Morning Show, and Room 9. And I wanted to illustrate an example of that last Thursday, in which we covered a bevy of topics that was really diverse. My panels, or the people that come on my panels, gonna have to be able to talk about more than just dick and pussy going forward. They're gonna have to be able to talk about some really diverse topics. They're gonna have to be familiar with what's going on in popular culture. I even have to send out the subjects before we do any live streams, because now we are going to have some deeper conversations about things that are meaningful in popular culture. And I'm cool with that. And it's going to take a transition, because I know that people still going to want people to be messy, but we're going to have deeper conversations. We're going to talk about trials. We're going to talk about, conspiracy theory type of stuff. We're going to talk about what's happening in popular culture. We're going to talk about what's going on the states level. Let me preface this for y'all, because I wasn't going to say nothing. It was just going to happen. And I've been planning for this since I brought Mimi on the channel. We're probably only going to do about 5% relationship topics. We're only going to do about 5% relationship topics. If you notice what happened last Thursday, we talked about Michael B. Jordan, because it's going to be entertaining. We talked about Michael B. Jordan as an actor, because he got the new Thomas Crown coming out, right? We talked about Tuskegee University with the bonnets. We had one subject where the dude killed the man because he was flirting with his wife in Oklahoma City. We talked about the trial with Yellow Beezy, and should lyrics be able to be used in the prosecution of people. We talked about Dr. Fauci. We had a conversation about that. The majority of the subjects that we were speaking about forced people to start to think differently about culture, education, and to leverage everything. We talked about college, whether it was worth it for people to still spend money on college, so on and so forth. So at 44 years old, as far as where the direction of my brand is going and what people are interested in, I'm no longer interested in low-hanging fruit. I'm no longer interested in low-hanging fruit. That had a ceiling. We've navigated every fucking excuse my French, but let me cuss for a second. We've navigated every fucking topic that you can possibly talk about when it comes to relationships. Everyone. And so unless something relevant happens with somebody that forces us back into that part of the conversation, I don't have any interest in it. We've talked about it for like 5-6 years. I have no interest in it at all. And I understand that only some people can only talk about that because that's all they know. They don't know anything else. They don't know politics. They don't know popular culture. They don't know the laws. They're not familiar with cases. They don't know what's going on the local level. And so I don't even expect for my audience to stay the same. I expect for some people to fall off and for us to start to adopt a new, more educated audience that's interested in higher level conversations.
For people who aren't entirely clear about it, it is a highly risky research process that includes manipulating a virus to study how it behaves as it evolves. Now, what scientists say is that although it's controversial, it's necessary to prepare for the next pandemic, to get ahead of it, to figure out what these viruses can do. You want to end this gain-of-function research. Some scientists say, isn't it better just to put better guardrails around it?
People have been trying to put guardrails around it for generations, and it hasn't worked. And clearly, COVID-19 pandemic and many other global pandemics that we have come from gain-of-function research. The RSV epidemic that we have, that is the biggest killer of kids in this country today, came from these kind of experiments. The Lyme disease almost certainly came from this kind of research. So, and the scientists who you say are experts are making the argument that this is necessary for pandemic response, cannot point to one instance in history where research that came out of this kind of experimentation has actually provided us something beneficial.
So how do you prepare then? How do you prepare for the next pandemic? I mean, that's literally part of your job now, because experts think it's going to happen within the next 10 years again.
Yeah, I mean, I think we did virtually everything wrong the last time.
So what about now?
The principal thing that we need to do is we need to listen to what's happening to doctors on the ground. There are 15 million.
Jesse, that's true. Higher level conversations mean higher level panelists, though. Well, here's the thing. I know that there are certain people on the panel that can talk about higher level conversations, as we have higher level conversations offline. The people that can't swim, then they just gonna have to move on. The people that can't keep up, or the people that can't have an informed conversation about things outside of relationships, then they're gonna have to move on to other panels that don't pay. Because if I'm paying you, then that means that you're going to have to be informed on what's going on. You can't just show up no more and just talk. You're gonna have to be familiar with what we talk about, and you're gonna have to be able to have a decent conversation.
In frontline physicians around the world, they're mainly now connected through the internet. We can tell on the front lines what's working and what's not. If we had listened to those doctors during the COVID pandemic, we would have saved potentially millions of lives. There were therapeutics out there that were working. There were doctors that were having no deaths from COVID and treating, in some cases, thousands of patients. And we weren't listening to them. Instead, we were doing the opposite. We were shutting them down. And then, Dana, the other thing that I would say is that we need to protect our constitutional rights. That is the primary obligation of our country. What does that mean? Well, during COVID, we completely dismantled our constitutional rights. We began censoring people in violation of the First Amendment.
But I'm not.
That is so true. That is so true. We did start censoring people. When Elon Musk bought X, he actually dropped those files and revealed it that we were trying to censor people. You'll get used to it, April, so don't worry about it. I know it's a voice. We'll get used to it. He's given a lot of really good information, though, honestly. And I can actually appreciate the fact that RFK Jr. is willing to talk candidly about the things that are meaningful to the people. And it was a lot of censorship. It was a lot of misinformation. It was a lot of deplatforming. It was a lot of demonetization. It was a lot of making sure that people stay in the house. It was a lot of shutting people's businesses down. It was no compensation with regard to that. It was a lot of finessing. It was a lot of fraud. It was a lot going on, and nobody wants to talk about it. A lot was happening at that particular time.
Brett, you're saying what not to do. I'm asking what to do. But I want to talk about.
That's something to do. That is the number one priority. We protect the Constitution. The Constitution was written.
Forgive me, but you're talking about rights, and I'm asking about a potential public health crisis that is coming. But I do want to
And one of the best.
She's a horrible. Dana Bash is horrible in being able to have a conversation and allow for Republicans or people that serve under the Trump administration to get their points off.
The we made in the last time was suppressing those rights so people weren't being heard. The doctors who were saying you're doing it wrong were being marginalized and vilified.
Yeah,
and
because again, I really want to move on, but.
Yeah,
you were saying you were
yes, you were part of the problem.
No, I wasn't part of the problem.
There was absolute press malpractice. You weren't allowing your
Mr. Secretary,
your job
is
a fierce skepticism toward authority, and you weren't doing that. You were beating up on people who were dissenting.
No. Okay, you want to sit here and attack me, or do you want to have conversations?
Oh, wait. So when you get held accountable for the malpractice that you participated in and don't take any accountability for spreading false information as well as pushing people, because there was plenty of press, plenty of people on all of these platforms, including CNN, that was pushing people to do stuff without being fully informed on how it would affect them. But all of a sudden you feel attacked when somebody holds you accountable to your face. All of a sudden you feel attacked. Nobody's attacking you. They're just telling you the truth.
Public health. I'm not attacking you. I'm asking questions about how to prevent the next pandemic.
Question and I'll tell you.
That's what I'm trying to do. But I also don't want to use this interview to allow you to say things that aren't entirely true. You're talking about therapeutics, fine. It is also factually true that the COVID vaccine worked. The COVID vaccine prevented deaths. There is data upon data upon data. Let's talk about the measles, please, because this is something that is happening as we speak. The cases in the U.S.
vaccine protected children.
I think that what I have talked to scientists and doctors about.
Scientists. Can you show me one study?
Yes, I can.
That shows that
I can.
Children were protected by the COVID vaccine.
I can tell you that
there vaccine did more good than harm to children. Can you show me one study that shows that?
I can tell you that when it comes to the vaccine, there have been studies that show that because of vaccine disinformation, there could have been 100 to 200,000 lives in the U.S. saved. But because people didn't get the vaccine, that's why. I'm not saying that it entirely.
You
let
are
me finish.
saying
Let me
nonsense.
finish.
You are saying something that you cannot show me
Okay.
a single study.
I am not saying
that.
nonsense.
You
I
are
am
talking what somebody
me.
told you.
Excuse me.
And you
Let me
cite me the study.
What
study?
No, what
Cite
studies
me
are
the
you
study.
talking about?
No. Don't try to spin it around. You said that you can show him and you can prove it to him. See, I'm amazed that somebody feels that they can actually argue with RFK Jr., whose position in the federal government is to literally address these type of issues. His job is to address these type of issues. So now you're sitting here and all he has to do, right, is do his job on a regular basis, and that informs him and provides him with the ammunition that he needs to go on these shows and have these conversations. And you have a CNN reporter that is trying to argue with RFK Jr. about the facts when it came to the pandemic and the vaccine.
We're talking about studies that actually don't exist. I want to talk about.
Cite me the study that you're talking about.
I am not here to defend.
Studies. Cite me the study.
This is not productive. I am not here to defend all of the. Let me
You're
finish.
talking nonsense. You're making assertions you can't support, and then when I call you on them, you're telling me that I'm arguing.
Okay.
With
Do you want to talk about assertions that you can't support? I'll get there in a second. Let me just say, for the record, that I am not saying that the entire way that the COVID reaction was accurate. It was a scary time, and people made mistakes. Absolutely.
You
Let me
were
finish.
scaring people.
Why are you saying that?
Because that was the job of CNN.
Okay.
Was to put the
stop.
chyrons up about how many people are dying.
Were trying to be. We were listening to the leaders in this country, including the president, who had a daily press conference explaining what was going on and trying to listen.
Were you listening?
I want to talk to measles.
Actually, were you reading the science yourself?
The measles cases in the U.S. just reached.
Oh, she went full divorcee Karen on my dog, RFK Jr. That's how, a lot of y'all don't realize that that's how white women argue. What you seen happen right now, this whole kerfuffle right here.
We were listening to the leaders in this country, including the president, who had a daily press conference explaining what was going on and trying to listen.
Were you listening?
I want to talk to measles.
Actually, were you reading the science yourself?
The measles cases in the U.S.
What you just witnessed right now is what white men have been going through since the beginning of time. I'm telling you that this is the way that they argue in their household. I'm telling you that this is how it goes inside of their household, except for they change the words around. I don't feel safe around you. You're making me scared. You're making me scared. Telling you, this is how they argue. Real talk.
Just reached a 35-year high.
I don't care about the measles. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm. I really don't. I just wanted to know. I wanted to have that conversation about RFK Jr. Oh, man. We are at the halfway mark, I believe. Something like that. And I'm going to keep it 100 with y'all. I'm not really interested in stopping. I know we usually play music and we usually regroup around this mark, but I'm not really interested in stopping. I want to keep powering through these subjects and having these conversations. Let me read a couple of super chats. Country Boy Finesse says, Passer, James P. Fields, pausing like he's seen Miss Jackson, walking in wearing a tight red dress. With the 5-ball. Tucker Luck with the 2-ball says, you got the best gun sounds on the internet. Boop, 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 boop. What up, Mr. Lott? Says, family, what is wrong with y'all? Because we crazy. We don't know no better. We don't know no better. I don't really feel like doing music right now. I want to keep going. Yeah, we did. We already stopped after I powered off the computer. Whoa! Let me see something real quick. What we got up next? Tony Romo arrested for DUI body cam footage. Jared Leto being accused by 4 women of sexual assault. Gay cruises, or at least they being denied to be able to dock in some places. And then DDG don't pay his cameraman? Let me see something. Shoot. I'm going to have to download the show differently, Yakar. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll figure it out. All right, let's roll. I want to get into this Tony Romo body cam footage. This just happened on the 23rd.
Hi there, Deputy Cora, Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office.
Were you speaking on the speaker back there?
I was.
I didn't even know you guys said that. So sorry.
All right, reason for my stop today. Yep.
Y'all want me to do this Elon Musk interview on The Economist? Somebody says, you ever take one of those gay cruises, Anton? Yeah, with your mama. Ain't she a lesbian? We made it right, though. We made it right, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Reason for my stop today is the unsafe passing on the right, the lane deviation.
Say it louder, I'm sorry.
Unsafe passing on the right, cutting across the gore. Obviously, the gore?
Yes.
It's the marked area.
Gotcha.
Where are you coming from?
Well, I live in Dallas, so I came in to visit Grandma and Grandpa, so we're here. I'm going to meet them, but I got the gore.
You got the what?
The gore, you said?
Yeah.
That's what it is where you cross it?
Yep.
Yes. I got what you're saying. You said
and
I
you were
crossed
coming
it.
from Grandma and Grandpa? What did you say? It's really hard to hear you, dude.
I can't hear you either. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I know. We gotta basically yell at each other,
I
right?
feel like I'm yelling at you.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Where are you coming from?
The golf course. And I'm going to meet Grandma and Grandpa.
Okay. All right. I'll take a driver's license from you.
You got it. What's your name?
Deputy Court.
So I want to meet Grandma and Grandpa, and I passed the gore, which is the place you're talking about that I traveled over. I got it. You're saying I went over the white line.
What's a good phone number for you?
It's my dad's.
All right. What's your dad? The same last name?
Romo, yeah. So I got the same minimum name.
Okay, all right. Hang tight for me.
Yo, this is Tony Romo. What is he doing driving his POS? I mean, it's not a POS for us, but it's a POS for him. You Tony Romo, what are you doing driving this inconspicuous Jeep, pickup Jeep, with a cover on the back of it? I want to see my celebrities be celebrities. Yo, I'm tired of these celebrities being regular everyday people. I want to see my celebrities be celebrities. I want them to be sweet. I want them to be in sweet cars. I want them to be larger than life. Listen, all of this fake downplaying celebrities. Oh man, you know, you got to be inconspicuous. You got to be regular. You got to wear regular this. You got to do that. No. I want my celebrities to be celebrities. I want them to be big dogs. We need to be able to see who's who when they're out there in the streets. Tony Romo is a legend. Tony Romo is a legend. Ain't no way you should be driving a pickup Jeep, a Jeep Gladiator. You should not be driving no Gladiator as Tony Romo. What are you, on a farm? What are you getting, cow feed? Tony Romo, the former NFL quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys. Y'all don't know who Tony Romo is? Kawhi still drove a Pathfinder. Listen, all of that. Look, bro. Getting a sweet car for a person that has made hundreds of millions of dollars. Y'all be trying to, y'all don't understand, bro. Driving a Pathfinder versus getting you a Cullinan. First of all, you're going to be able to write off the entire cost of the Cullinan because it's over a certain amount of weight, right? It doesn't impact you financially. You don't even notice it. You don't even notice it. That's the difference between buying regular lettuce and organic lettuce when you go to the store. That's the difference between saying, do you want fries with that, or do you just want the burger itself? To these people. These people got money that's crazy. They make the type of money that's... If you worried about the difference between the type of car that you buy when you've made hundreds of dollars, then we got a bigger problem on our hands. Come on, stop. Athletes are regular. They not. They not regular. Like I said, I want my celebrities to be celebrities. That's just me personally. That's my want. I can't say whether it makes sense. I'm not saying that every single person that make it into the league is a celebrity, nor am I saying that every single person needs to go and buy a Cullinan. But what I am saying is, when you big dog, when you Tony Romo, hold on. Tony Romo made over $127 million in his NFL career. And in 2020, he signed a $180 million contract extension, averaging $18 million. Tony Romo today, after making $127 million in the league, makes today $18 million a year. He got $72 million owed to him over the next 4 years. And you telling me he got to drive a Jeep? Come on, man. Miss me with this humble beginnings bullcrap. That ain't for everybody. That is not, listen. We not talking about the regular average athlete that goes broke 5 years after leaving the league. We talking about a person that's making hundreds of millions of dollars. I want my athletes to be athletes. I want my celebrities to be celebrities. I want my celebrities to be celebrities, bro. I don't like regular people, regular men driving Jeep Gladiators. What are you doing in a Gladiator, bro? No. Nope. Gladiators are not even real pickup trucks, bro. If you're going to get a pickup truck, go get you either a F-150, a Ram, a Silverado, a GMC Sierra. You're going to have to, if you in Texas and you driving a Gladiator, that's not even a real pickup truck. That's for the girls. You can't go off of Google for somebody's net worth. His contract is public information. NFL contract was public information. His broadcasting contract is public information. That is not speculation. You can't go off of the internet when it comes to somebody's net worth. I'm not trolling. See, now we got to have a man conversation. Men are supposed to drive. If you're going to get a pickup, you can't get a Gladiator. You can't get a Ranger. Rangers are for Mexicans. That new slate truck is for foreigners. That's not a real truck. We don't get Hondas. We don't get Honda pickup trucks. Okay? You got to get a real man's truck. You can't get these little trucks, Dakotas, Rangers, Gladiators, all of that nonsense. Those are for women that want to pretend like they actually helping the men. And daughters. Men that get pickup trucks should get a pickup truck. You should get an F-150, a GMC Sierra, a Chevy Silverado, a Ram, at least a 1500. Okay? No Mavericks, no Rangers, no none of that stuff. That's for people that like to show up to the job that do roofs. That's for the roofer. No, I don't drive no Ford Ranger. I look like I drive a Ranger. I drive a Navigator. That's my daily. Black label. I have a Nav. Okay? I don't drive girl cars. We don't do girl cars over here. X3s, X1s, all of that is girl. Come on, man, listen. We got to have a conversation with y'all today. And I'm going to get there. We're going to get to this Tony Romo arrest in a second. But let me just say this. We have to get masculinity back. We got to get masculinity back. We do. We can't keep allowing for y'all to do things that give y'all feminine energy. All right? How is this a wild take? You think that this is a wild take? That I'm saying that guys need to get their masculinity back and stop driving girl cars? What's next? A Beetle? Y'all gonna drive a Volkswagen Beetle too? With the flowers in it, like a hippie? Well, if you don't want a pickup truck, then don't buy a pickup truck. Go and buy something regular. Go and buy a regular truck. Or go and buy a car. Or get you something basic. Go get you something basic. We're against the girl cars over here on the Millionaire Morning Show. A car is a car, bro. See, that's that gay stuff again. That's what we doing. I guess we all in our feminine energy. No, it's not. It's not just a car. And I'm going to have to bring this up on the Room 9 now. Now I got to bring this up on Room 9. I went and got my some drinks from the store on Saturday. It's the honest to God truth. And the girl was over there and she said, because, we was walking out the door together. She said, oh, you got a boy car. I said, what? She said, that's a boy car. She said, you know how the boys used to come up to the school, that's a whole nother conversation. She said, you know how the boys used to come up to the school and they used to have like a Marauder or a Chevy with the big wheels on it and stuff. And we used to say, or the Impalas. She said, we used to say, oh, that's a boy car. That's a boy car. She said that because I was driving a Challenger, the Hellcat. She said, that's definitely a boy car. That's not a girl car. That's a boy car. All right. We're going to get back to the video. Let me ask y'all a question. Are jeans just jeans? Or can guys wear unisex jeans? Or can guys wear low slung, crack out, tramp stamp jeans? Are jeans just jeans? Hey, it's just clothes. We're just going to get where we got to go. Are jeans just jeans? Or do you got to have a certain type of jeans in order to be a guy? Even if they Obama jeans. Are jeans just jeans? Is a shirt just a shirt? Just asking. I'm just asking a question. So what's a Tesla car? Depends on the one that you get. Are jeans just jeans? Let me guess. All of the guys that's in the chat right now that's arguing with me, y'all the type of dudes to get on the back of another man's motorcycle with your ass arched out and holding on to the back of him like this on a crotch rocket. I would never get on the back of another man's motorcycle and hold on to his waist. I would never get on the back of another man's motorcycle and hold on to his waist. But y'all think that, hey, transportation is transportation. As long as you get there. That's the type of dudes y'all are. You know what? I just wanted to get to point A and B. I don't care. I did. I pulled up to a dude that was on a motorcycle. I pulled up to a guy that was on a motorcycle the other day, bro. And you know how so I'm pulling up. I'm like, damn. She, I thought it was a girl. Got her ass all the way arched out. And I was like, dude, with low slung jeans. Thank God I had my tents up and my windows on. It's no. Y'all missing it. So I hear you saying, no LFA for you. Lexus is, no. It's not the brand. It's the vehicle. It's not the brand. That's what y'all don't understand. Y'all keep saying brands. No, it's not the brand. Okay? It's the vehicle. You can get an F-150. You can't drive a Maverick. Get it now? You can get a Ram 1500. Don't get a Dakota. It's not the brand, it's the vehicle. All right? Don't get a baby Benz. Don't get a baby Benz. Please, for the love of God, don't get a baby Benz. Just go and get something normal and regular that's more manly. Whereas, if you're gonna get a Benz as a man, then you gotta get the big dog. Or you shouldn't get it. Don't get the little Benz. Don't get the one that look like a shoe. just to say you was in the Benz. Don't get the C class. Don't get the C class. That's a girl car. C class is the girl's car. A C class is a girl car. S class is the boys' cars. Nissan GTR is a man's car. Handlebars is cool. We ain't tripping off the handlebars. You just can't get on the back of it and hold on like this. Handlebars is cool. Even when you was standing on the back of the bike and you was just, you was standing up like this, those is cool. But holding on is bad. All cars are not manly. All cars are not manly. That is a lie. That is the biggest lie that they ever told y'all. I'm trying to tell y'all, listen, all cars are not manly. The only time you should not buy these cars for yourself. Now, if you rent them because you're out of town and you need to just get a car and get to and from, that's different. You cannot buy a female's car and think that that's okay. Camry and Accords is just get you to and from. Those is unisex. You can do those. You can do that if that's what you want to. Can a man drive a minivan? Yeah, if he a stepfather. Yeah, if you're a middle manager and you don't ever want to move up in life. If you want your girl to cheat on you, yeah, you can drive a minivan. Yeah, go get one. If you want your girl to cheat on you, if you are a step baby daddy, or if you are a middle manager that don't ever plan on moving up in the company, then yes, drive a minivan. Drive a minivan. Go get you one. Go get you one. And that's what your life is. Your life is a reflection of the car that you drive too. Sometimes. We got to get back to Tony Romo. I don't want to belabor the point, but I see this is bothering y'all. I've seen some minivans lower that's changed my perspective. Bro, I don't care what you say. Ain't no cool. Okay. Go ahead and get you one. You got it. Get you one. Go ahead and get you one. Make sure you get the kids to practice on time too.
All right, how many drinks have you had? You're coming from a golf course?
I'm playing a golf tournament in Wisconsin State Amateur.
Okay.
So it's like a USGA event.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna run you through some fields.
What's that mean?
Field sobriety tests. Are you willing to take any field sobriety tests?
Listen, the minute that they say that they're going to run you through some field sobriety tests, it's over. They already believe that you're drunk. They don't have any respect for you. And there's just a formality. They're going to arrest you. Let me say this again for the people in the back. Anytime that they take you through a field sobriety test, I've learned this through multiple different people. I've never had to actually go through a field sobriety test myself because I've always been extremely sober when driving behind a car. The minute that they say we're going to run you through a field sobriety test, or they say, how many drinks have you had today? It's over. Shut up. Don't say nothing. You can talk to my lawyer. We're going to talk about it later. I'm not going to be on. And now that they got body cameras, they now want to embarrass you. Body cameras are embarrassing. And so they know that this information is going to go out to the general public. A lot of times they tell their friends, hey, yo, I just arrested Tony Romo. Nope. Just go ahead, take your L, get arrested, because they're going to arrest you anyway. So you might as well just take your L, get arrested, tell them to talk to your lawyer, and just go from there. But the minute that they start doing field sobriety tests, they already are going to arrest you. 98% of the time, you going down. Down. Tony Romo is going down. Now, if you want to get out that car and embarrass yourself, then that is up to you. But the minute that you in a Jeep too? Hell no.
I'm sorry? Yes, you're denying to step out of the vehicle pending field?
I'm just going to call my lawyer.
Okay, step out of the vehicle.
I'm going to call my lawyer.
Nope, step out of the vehicle.
I'm not allowed to.
Step out of the vehicle.
So you're going to take me through
Field sobriety test.
I'm still allowed to call my lawyer, right?
You're not.
I'm not allowed
Nope,
to.
step out of the vehicle.
Is that true? So you can't call your lawyer? Somebody in the chat, I'm not as familiar with this. I might have to call one of my and call one of my lawyer friends and find out. You're not allowed to call your lawyer.
24 to dispatch.
24.
I'll take an additional 1017. He's
I'm okay
not
doing
stepping
it,
out of the
but
vehicle for field.
I'll do it. I'm just saying that I'm not allowed to call my lawyer.
Any available squad?
He not even being problematic. He not even making no issue. See, and this is, again, another reason why, and I know this is a part of the conversation that y'all wasn't expecting. This is a reason why I don't like female police officers, bro. Now, the ones in Detroit is cool. Y'all show me love and all of that. But there are some female police officers and some male, but some female police officers that can't wait to exert some level of authority or power over somebody that's not being problematic. He said that he's going to step out the car. He said that he just wants to get his lawyer on the phone. I don't think that that's crazy. I don't think that he said, yeah, no, I'm going to step out the car. But she's already calling for backup. She's already doing too much. And she's doing it on the freeway, mind you. I don't pull over on the freeway either. I'm going to the next exit ramp, and then we can get off this ramp, and then you can have your conversation with me off the freeway. I don't pull over on the freeway ever.
I'm not allowed to.
You are pending an OWI with investigation. Operating while intoxicated.
Okay, that's what
I want you to step out of the vehicle.
Look like he recording.
Copy. 60, the subject is refusing to step off the field.
Alright, so you're going to step in front of my vehicle? Step in front of my vehicle? Step in front of my vehicle, yes.
We'll put you back on this. You'll be hired at C20 shortly.
24 squad, slow it down. He's out of the vehicle. I'll be conveying him to the Sally Port for field.
I'm fine. It's fine.
Turn around for me.
Additional squad to copy.
There's a good chance that...
Patting you down for weapons, okay? No weapons on you?
you?
Okay, alright. You're detained pending an OWI investigation. Deputy Corps, sir.
Are you going to take me through I thought you were taking me through it.
So, as of right now, we're on a leveled ground. We're on a bridge. I want to convey you somewhere that's going to be an even surface.
They love wasting your time.
I agree, so we don't get hit.
Turn around for me.
I get you. You need the cars?
Yep.
I just want to make sure it doesn't too far have a PVT.
24, that's a negative.
I don't have a problem with Broncos or Durangos. I see that still bothering y'all in the chat.
You can put me off in the jail. I have them. Alright, copy.
Is he stretching? Why is he stretching? I'm sure if it was a guy, they just would have let him go.
No worries.
back surgeries, I need a stent.
So, has he been searched or like patted down, checked for weapons?
Yeah,
Okay.
she did.
Okay. Okay.
She did. She's been perfect. I'll probably do the same for us surgeons.
Yay!
Just stand in the middle for me, sir. Yep. And you're just going to turn around. You're going to have stand facing me. Feet together.
Yep. Just slight half step forward off the push bar. Perfect. Thank you.
This is so dumb.
Sorry. I was like, do you want to walk?
Feet together, arms down at your side. Okay? Any head injuries? Any head injuries recently? Any concussions?
This is such a waste of time, bro.
Well, over the years, yes, but not recently. No.
Okay. So please stand with your feet together and your hands down at the side. Do not do it. Please stand with your feet together and your hands down at your side. Do not do anything until I tell you. Do you understand?
Do you want shoes on?
What do you prefer?
Whatever you want.
Okay.
But I'm fine.
I'm going to check your eyes. Please keep your head still during the test.
Okay.
Look at the stimulus and follow the movement of the stimulus with your eyes only.
All right.
Keep looking at the stimulus until the test is over.
Just tell me. Am I looking at it or?
You're going to look at the top of my pen. Stimulus. Okay?
So my eyes are going. Got it.
Yes. Make a couple passes, okay?
Yeah, so I'm following this as you. That's what you're saying.
Yo, just give me the breathalyzer, bro, or nothing at all. If I'm not drunk, I'm gonna blow in the breathalyzer, and if I am drunk, I'm refusing to take a breathalyzer, and we just gonna figure it out from there, and then I'll just call my lawyer. I'm not about to go through this humiliation ritual at all. Honestly, I don't care if you're Tony Romo. I don't care if you're a regular person. I think that a field sobriety test on a body camera, especially in this instance, is a humiliation ritual. Just give me whatever it is that you're going to give me. Give me my ticket or take me to jail. I'll call my lawyer. I'll be out tomorrow, and then I'll just deal with it, whatever I got to deal with. But I'm not doing all of this. I'm not. You're not about to have me out here looking crazy, doing stupid tests and all of this stuff.
Yes.
Okay. Got it.
Look at this stupid jump. Look at what humans do to humans.
Would you like the instructions one more time, sir?
Look how long she's doing it. She's still doing it.
Instructions. Would you like me to start? So I've completed the instructions. Do not start to walk until you're told to do so.
Okay.
Do you understand the instructions so far?
I got it.
When I tell you to start, take 9 heel-to-toe steps on the line. Turn and take 9 heel-to-toe steps.
What does that mean by turn?
I will demonstrate for you, okay?
Got it.
When arms down at the front. So foot parallel to the ground, okay?
Right.
This is crazy.
Arms down at the side. Holding that position, count out loud in the following manner.
Okay.
1001, 1002, 1003, and so on until you are.
We're just going to go a little bit easier on your shoulder. We saw you.
Wider.
Yeah, a little
It's
wider. A little easier on your shoulder, okay?
Yes, that is better. All right. Can I seriously call the parents though real quick and just tell
Well,
them?
we've got some other stuff we got to get through first.
I couldn't be bothered, bro. Honestly, I just couldn't be bothered. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. This is silly. It's 100% silly, bro. Shout out to Courtney Egger Show, says I've been on that same tip trying to expand my brand too and stop talking about relationships as much. Yeah, thank you for the 20 ball. It's just, I don't think that talking about relationships are bad. I think that I've mined out every aspect of a relationship to where I'm not even trying to argue with people. I like having good conversations going forward. Rashawn says, I might be late, but did you hear about Roland getting pigged? Pigged? And his team confirmed it. I saw it on Tasha K. Shout out to Rashawn out there watching. Tasha, let me give you a round of applause. I can't lie. I did hear about it. However, I don't like the gossip. And when I say gossip, speculating on another man's situation. All right? There is no evidence. There is no anything that's been released to the general public. Pegged. I know he meant pegged. I'm not about to speculate on Roland Martin's sexuality, bro. I don't even like. You seen it, you didn't click it. I don't even like Roland Martin. I think that Roland Martin is garbage. And I owe Roland Martin a virtual fade at some point in the future. And I'm pretty sure that we'll get there. I owe Roland Martin a intellectual fade. But I'm not interested in talking about another man's sexuality, bro. I'm not. Not off of speculation. That's just, honestly, that's just not my thing. I'm just not. I like going at people based off of things that's real substantive, right? I want to talk about things that we can really. I'm never watching that picture. I'm never looking at a video of Roland Martin. I'm never going to do that. I wouldn't do that even if that's the type of content that I created. I can't do it, bro. I can't do it, bro. I can't do it. Would I be surprised if that was what was going on? No, I wouldn't be surprised. But I'm not about to speculate on that, bro. I'm straight, bro. Y'all saying some wild stuff. Y'all said he was wearing a thong. Why would y'all bring this up to me on the show? Why would y'all write this in the super chat? As you know, I'll be feeling like y'all setting me up, man, because y'all know I'm not about to talk about that, but then y'all write it in the super chat because you know I'm going to read it. And so now we on this dark path. Now we on this dark path to nowhere because y'all wanted to write it in the super chat. I don't have any comment. I don't have any comment, bro. I'm just not interested in talking about Roland Martin and what he do inside of the bedroom. That's not my thing, bro. It's not my vibe. But shout out to Rashawn for the super chat. I appreciate you. Amethyst Angel says RFK's voice is a result of a rare neurological condition known as spasmodic dysphonia, which has afflicted Kennedy for decades. Yeah, I know. He's still going to get these jokes, though. Chase Barnes says Tony Romo is acting like he is working on shoot farms with Dwight. Sanquan says men should never buy or drive Altimas unless they drive in their girl's car. Rashawn says, I just bought a 2025 Honda Pilot Black Edition. Let me see what that look like. Because that might be one step away from a minivan. So you're the type to read J.D. Power and Associates, huh? That's what it is. You know what it is? It's almost like guys, they don't care about all of the reliability studies, we want what we want, and we gonna go get what we want. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't have no problem with a Honda Pilot. I mean, it is what it is. Dark Territory says no, can't call a lawyer. You have court later. Shout out to Derek Territory. Dark Territory with the 2-ball. Wesley Turner says, I don't know, AD, that Honda MX-5 Miata might be the one. Yo, I be seeing grown men that be driving them little teeny Miatas. I be like, nah, bro. If you do an LS swap in the Miata, is it still gay? I'm not going to call a man gay per se, but it's gay-ish, yes. Yes. This reminds me of Don't Be a Menace when the cops told them to part the top, put the top of their head and rub their stomach and say, rubber baby buggy bumper. Blue the Globe says they say Roland was quiet on the creek. What is this song, Quiet on the Creek? What does that mean? I'm so green. I don't know nothing, bro. I don't know nothing. High Tolerance. Shout out to High Tolerance said with the 20 ball. Sued to AD and the Chasers. Cat really finding exceptions. You push an S-Class or a 7 Series, it better be the V8. That's like copping a 2-wheel drive V6 F-150. Gotta pay to play. Can't rock with you on Ford, big dog. Team GMO. Okay, well, that's cool. I'm a Ford guy. Well, I like them all, but I'm more of a Ford guy because, you know, been a Ford guy my whole life. So I rock with Fords. But and I think, and women judge you off your cars. That'll be an icebreaker for tomorrow. Jared Leto. I meant to talk about this last week, but I can't believe they trying to do my boy Jared this way.
We are following some breaking news. Multiple women accusing actor Jared Leto of criminal sexual conduct.
The women came forward in a new BBC documentary called Jared Leto, Hollywood's Dark Secret. In it, they say the alleged actions happened back when they were teenagers. Leto is denying the allegations against him.
Joining us now is NBC News Entertainment.
What? This happened when he was teenagers. Let me rewind that.
Of criminal sexual conduct.
Let me rewind this all the way.
We are following some breaking news. Multiple women accusing actor Jared Leto of criminal sexual conduct.
The women came forward in a new BBC documentary called Jared Leto, Hollywood's Dark Secret. In it, they say the alleged actions happened back when they were teenagers. Leto is denying the allegations against him.
Joining us now is NBC News Entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas. Chloe, we want to play a part of the BBC documentary that's come out where some of the women are sharing their allegations, and we want to warn our viewers that it is disturbing. We're going to play it, and then we'll talk on the other side.
He responded, texted me, and gave me his number.
Did he know you were 16?
I know for sure, if not then, I did tell him a couple days later when we were texting.
I was sitting on the bed waiting for him to get ready, and he called me, and he was like, hey, like, come in here so we can talk while I'm, in the shower.
So, Chloe, what else did these women say in this documentary? And do we know if any of these allegations have also been reported to law enforcement?
So that's a really good question. NBC News, we have made inquiries with multiple different police departments in Los Angeles, also over across the pond in the UK. Look, it's a little bit murky, some of these allegations. These women have changed their names. Some of them are in shadow. They claim that Jared Leto knew that they were teenagers. One woman interviewed says that he knew that the age of consent in California was 18 and that he explicitly knew that she was 17. He has come out with a strongly worded statement saying that he has never sexually assaulted anyone. I think the big question right now is, did he know that some of these women, outside of the allegations that are disturbing about sexual assault, did he also know that these women were allegedly underage at the time? And
So wait a minute. They said that he was a teenager himself at the time. So if he was a teenager himself at the time, then how can you go back and start to accuse him of doing anything that he wasn't supposed to do when he was also a teenager? Look, bro, by default, and I've been saying this the whole time, I don't believe by default anybody, you have to prove it. You have to prove it. Why was she willing to highlight that she got an email from him, but wasn't willing to show the text message or the text messages that says that she told him that she was 16? Why isn't that a thing? Why are people coming out now that he's more famous than ever? And I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm biased because I actually like Jared Leto. I liked him in Tron, right? I liked him in that other movie that superhero movie, the dark one. I like him. Let me see how old Jared Leto is. Jared Leto, age. So wait a minute. Jared Leto was born in 71. He is 51 years old. December 26, 1971. Then that means that y'all talking about something that happened over 40 years ago? Over 35 years ago, possibly? So you got women that are pulling up talking about something that didn't happen decades ago? Come on, man. Stop, bro. Stop. And this is a dangerous precedent to set because, and I've been saying this for years, that this opens up the door for other people and other women to come in and manipulate the truth and to be in something that it's not for financial gain or visibility. We got to stop, bro. We have to stop. Stop trying to ruin people's lives. Stop trying to ruin people's careers. Stop trying to do stuff. And I don't agree. And I'm pretty sure that there's going to be some people inside of the chat that thinks otherwise, that think that you should believe all women, regardless of what they say, regardless of what they do, that you should be able to just say, oh, you know, no. Believe them. It's the truth. We supposed to believe y'all no matter what. Nah. He a big deal. The dude is 54 years old. And if you can't get somebody, in my opinion, more recent or somebody that has actual proof, then I'm just not going for it, bro. I'm not. I don't even think it has anything to do with a polygraph test because you were able to beat polygraph tests. I just need to see the evidence. All of these documentaries, all of this other fake stuff, and then people actually be going for that. Somebody said, what if they say that they are pregnant? Would you believe them? No. Why would I believe you when we could just do a DNA test once you have the kid and then that'll tell me? And even then, I don't believe you. I don't believe that you were sexually assaulted. You could be pregnant, but that don't mean that you were sexually assaulted. No, I don't believe you. No, I don't. I don't at all. And so call me crazy. Call me insane for not by default believing when some woman or a group of women accuse somebody of something. I'm just not believing it. I need to see it for myself.
I want to point out that the BBC, as part of their own investigation, says that they spoke to family members. They saw text messages in corroboration that they felt bolstered these very strong and serious allegations.
I know that we said that he's denying these allegations. What else is he saying?
Sure. Well, I mean, I'll read you the statement. It's a short one. He says, I have never sexually assaulted anyone in my entire life. These claims are absolutely and categorically false. There have been rumblings over the last year plus after Airmail, a very popular newsletter, published their own investigation into claims of misconduct. And a very famous DJ really started all of this by a disturbing post that she posted on Instagram claiming that Jared Leto knowingly goes after underage women. But again, he has denied these claims, and we are continuing to look into all of this. Chloe Malas for us. Chloe, thank you.
Now to the new allegations of sexual misconduct against Academy Award-winning actor Jared Leto. In a new BBC documentary titled Hollywood's Dark Secret, multiple women claim Leto mistreated them when they were teenagers. The 30 Seconds to Mars frontman denied the allegations, which CBS News has not independently verified. He said he, quote, never sexually assaulted anyone in his entire life. CBS News national correspondent Lily Luciano is following this story for us. So tell us more about these claims, Aaliyah, and how's he responding?
Well, Jared Leto said, as you just mentioned, that the allegations, he called them absolutely and categorically false, and that he has never sexually assaulted anyone in his life. There are 10 women who spoke in this BBC documentary. Many of them were speaking in shadow, so we don't know their identity or their name. Of course, CBS News is making every effort to reach these alleged victims. What they're claiming, at least one of them, is sexual assault. We're talking about women as young as 17 years old. Another one is talking about statutory rape. And having discussed with him, allegedly during an encounter where they engaged in a sexual activity, that she was underage, and she told him this is statutory rape according to her accounts in this documentary, and that he apparently dismissed that. There are allegations of creepy sexual text messages and calls. There are other more serious assault allegations than the text messages. And I think the investigation in this documentary really focuses on, of course, the age of these alleged victims, 16, 17 years old, and they're not the first ones that are made.
Well, and to that point, you've been doing some digging into some of the past allegations that he has seen. So what have you found?
So last year, Airmail published an article in which they talked about 9 alleged victims, either of possibly sexual crimes or just misconduct behavior that is questionable with women as young as 16. They described incidents of him allegedly exposing himself to a 17-year-old girl, of explicit messages to a 16-year-old girl. They described behavior that they said was grooming, where there was this consistent pattern of targeting or finding a young girl or inviting them to parties, and then over time developing some sort of relationship. While they said he was aware that they were under the age of 18, there are other celebrities who have spoken out, including one woman who has had allegations in the past against him about this being a pattern.
Well, let's hold on for a second, because first of all, we want to be able to classify who's a celebrity and who's not a celebrity. Who's a celebrity and who's not a celebrity. At this point, fellas and ladies and gentlemen, let me just say this, and let me be very, very clear about where I stand on this issue. I don't believe in underage relationships, nor do I believe in people taking something that's not theirs, including somebody's innocence or they box or whatever. I'm not sure if that's applicable in this situation, but I will have this conversation and say, y'all have to start eliminating the people that is in your circle that cannot and will not and do not have any value to you. I'll give you an example. We shouldn't even be in a situation where somebody is debating how old somebody is. We shouldn't even be in a situation where people are debating how old somebody is. If you have to ask her for confirmation of how old she is, not saying that you shouldn't double check, you should double check anything and everything. But if you will have to be in a position where you have to ask somebody how old they are, then you should probably get away from it, because it could get a little dicey for you, big dog. If you are in a situation where you start to feel like a woman is a little bit apprehensive about kicking it with you, don't push the envelope. What am I saying to you guys right now? I'm saying that if at any point you feel like it's not going the way that it's supposed to go, pull up, pull out, get out, and dip. Pull up, pull out, get out, and dip. If you got a chick that's over your crib and she start to say, and she used words like, I'm not really comfortable right now, or anything of the sort, I don't give a F about what her feelings is and how she's moving. She got to go home. You know what? I'm not really feeling it either. So let's just go ahead and call it a night. Let me get you home. That's all it need to be. That's all it need to be at that point. You know what? I feel you. Yeah, it's not really making sense. If she say, I'm not sure, get her up out of there and don't ever call. And here's the other part. Don't keep talking to her. Don't keep entertaining it. Don't keep on having a conversation with her about, whether or not whatever. Just completely It's over. You ain't even got to announce it to her. You know what? Listen, I had a good time. And so I want to make sure you get home safely. You good? Okay, cool. That's it. Don't answer the phone call. Don't try to understand her. Don't get emotionally intelligent. Don't explain your position. Don't text. Don't do none of that. It's over. It's over. Because a woman that wants you, she gonna tell you that she wants you. She gonna want you. A woman that wants you is not gonna question whether or not they want to be with you. Just keeping it 100. They're not gonna try to figure it out. They're not gonna try to get themselves together. None of that other type of stuff. If she wants you, she wants you. If she don't, then she don't. It's the end of the conversation. You know what? Time to go. Time to go. It's time to go. There's nothing else to talk about. Yep, I know she might be bad. Some of y'all have trouble letting go of the baddies. You have trouble letting go of the women that you think, should be in your circle. You don't want to let her go. She might be a great eater. Let her go. You want to know the real trick to life when it comes to, having dope women is that the less you care about them, the more they're going to show up. The less you care, and I ain't even talking about a specific woman. I'm talking about women in general. When you having a good time with the person that you rocking with, whatever you rocking with, some of y'all single, whatever, so on and so forth, right? Some of y'all not married and all of that. And let's just say, for example, you got this chick and you feeling it and everything is cool or whatever. You ain't got to chase. You chilling. Rock out with the one that you got. Just rock out with the one that you got. Promise you, new eaters will show themselves immediately. The less you care about what's happening in the streets, and I see women out here saying, oh my God, men don't talk to us no more. You know why? Because they already got good eaters. They chilling. They not tripping off of you. And so they don't have to feel pressure. You know how you can talk to a guy and y'all can have a really good conversation at the bar, or y'all can meet each other in an organic place and y'all can talk. No, listen, that's crazy. Nah, man, I'm chilling. Yeah, I've been out and about in the city a lot. I just got back in town or whatever. What about you? Oh yeah? Cool. Y'all in the grocery line about to check out, and y'all next to each other, next to the 2-scan, the self-scan, and then y'all check out at the same time and y'all walk outside. You know what the dopest thing is in the world? You know what the biggest flex is in the world? It's like, okay, well, listen, God bless you. I hope your daughter does well in college. I'll see you later. Hopefully I see you around, and just walking away. There is no bigger flex when it comes to a woman or men that got her, or you having a conversation and you said, okay, I'll see you guys later. Have fun. And you walk away and you get in your car and you drive off. There is never a bigger flex than having a conversation, an organic conversation, and she may be bad, she may be pretty and all of that stuff, and you just keep on going and you're not tripping about it. There's no bigger self-flex than not caring about a bad chick that's around. There's bad chicks everywhere. I ain't tripping off of you. To be able to walk past a woman and not turn around and look at her ass. Not tripping because you so good and you so comfortable and your money right and your bank account is right and your job is right and the crib is right and everything is right. The biggest flex in the world is not caring. Is not trying. Because you don't have to. Because you don't have to. You can just go and have fun. You can dance. You can party. And I'm going home. I'm chilling. I'm going home. And I'm not even going to think about you. And I'm going to sleep good. Why is it hard, Riff Raff? You know why it's hard? because you operating under a duress mindset. You think something is getting away from you. You think something is getting away from you. Life is already good. Something that's supposed to happen is going to happen when it's for me, and I'm not going to force it if it's not. I'm chilling. I'm chilling. I'm chilling. I'm having a good time. I'm enjoying my life. I'm not tripping off of what nobody else is doing and what they got going on and all of that. I'm chilling. Mont says, as a man, I don't like the word having an eater for a girl giving me fellatio, especially with some dude letting his girl lick their butthole. They probably can say eater. Listen, bro, y'all making this more complicated than it really has to be. I don't know why y'all overcomplicate things. An eater is an eater. It just is what it is. Like you could try to, you don't have to use the terms. You can use whatever term you want to use. When she great, she great. I don't know anything about whether or not Jared Leto is into younger women or not. But what I am saying is you can eliminate the accusations or the possibility of accusations when you stay out of a situation. I'm trying to modify my language for the Millionaire Morning Show and not go into detail, because I understand that this is supposed to be a PG-13 type of show, type of conversation, right? Y'all about to make me go room 9 on y'all, but it's okay. I'm not going to go room 9. Y'all thought it was a food review channel. See? Joshua Jones just joined. We don't want to make Joshua Jones feel crazy. We don't want to make Joshua Jones feel crazy. So we're going to try to keep it PG-13 as much as we can.
And of course, Jared Leto has had a very prolific Hollywood Oscar-winning career and music career as well. He's set to be on tour with his band next year. So we've been reaching out to his team, tried to reach out directly through social media, because this is not just one, multiple, and spanning at least 20 years from 2002 to, or more than 20 years to 2016 are the first ones, but some go even further, maybe 2005. So we're going to continue.
Man, if a chick come up from 2002, 2005 talking to me, I'm going to be like, man, if you don't get out my face, I don't even know you. Who? 2002, 2005, even 2016. That's 10 years ago. I don't even know what I ate yesterday. What I eat yesterday? I don't even remember, man. Listen. And he's Jared Leto. You know he remembers anybody from 10 years ago? Some random? Get the heck out of here, bro. I'm not going for it. That's crazy. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. 2002? Tuggaluck says they get you with the sobriety test because they threaten longer license suspensions a lot of times. They bake it into the law. I don't care. Listen, bro, you can suspend my license all you want. It ain't going to make no difference in my lifestyle. And I'm pretty sure it wouldn't make any difference in Tony Romo's lifestyle. You can get a driver if you just want to get a driver. I don't even like talking. I don't like driving anyway there sometimes. I like taking a truck. I wouldn't care. Suspended. I'm still not doing it. Infinite Source Management says the problem isn't people going for what they want, but not understanding fully what it is that they want. If they did, they wouldn't speak it out loud freely. P.S. I'm in Miami zoning. Somebody lying. Shout out to Life Infinite source management. Yeah. Only just commentary with the Fat Ball says, lame how these garden tools come out of the woodworks when a man is up. Jared Leto's band 30 Seconds to Mars, This Is War was a great album growing up. Be a Man podcast says, guys are cannon fodder in our society these days. Wesley Turner says, they put out these documentaries in order to shape the public opinion before a shred of evidence is presented. The women's financial history will tell it all. Mr. Lott in the building says, when I'm heading out and she hit me with the, oh, where you stay at? Shout out Mr. Lott. I appreciate y'all. Make sure y'all hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notifications. We could just make a pit stop over here. No pun intended.
Now summer travel is in full swing. Millions hitting the road, catching a flight, or even taking to the sea. But for nearly 2,000 passengers on one summer cruise, their trip had an unexpected twist.
So I'm on the gay cruise that was denied entry into Turkey.
No kidding.
Patty LaPone writing, I am shocked. The Atlantis cruise I am performing on next week has been banned from entering Turkey. A magnificent ship full of gay men and me denied entry to Turkey simply because of who is on board. A 10-day gay-themed Mediterranean cruise on board the Scarlet Lady.
That looks miserable. Looks absolutely miserable. Can you imagine all of these guys and they got pink on, pink and red, and they're out there on a ship in Turkey, flying or traveling to other countries. Man, listen, it's probably all kind of diseases on that ship. I couldn't imagine. No way, no how. Unreal. Yo, if your man saying that he going on a cruise, make sure that he not going on a cruise by himself on this type of cruise. Because, and this is why I'm telling ladies a lot of times, listen, whatever problems that you think you have, it's not as big as you really think that it is. Okay, so what? He went outside and he may have made a mistake once out of every 10 years. Ain't that big of a deal, but at least he not gay. At least he not on a gay cruise. At least he not on Instagram complaining about not being let into Turkey. And I think that people should be able to do whatever they want to do with their lives. Let's be very clear. But at the same time, I'm just saying personally, that ship probably stank. Is that what they doing on cruise ships now? They theming it with different parties? I have never in my life, not one time, have I ever heard of a sassy cruise. I have never in my life. And the cruise ship is more full than when they have regular cruise days with the whole family and women and men. This cruise ship is full. It is absolutely full. This is wild. Is this the culture that we live in nowadays? And then they got the nerve to get mad at Turkey. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. They don't want to let us out onto Turkey because they don't agree with our lifestyle. This is so sad. This is so sad. We can't dock in Turkey. You can't tell other countries what to do with their rules. Now, somebody said the gay man spin bags. Listen, bro. Nobody is telling people what they can and can't do with their money. What I'm saying is you can't tell a country what they can't accept. You can't tell Turkey that they can't talk Turkey. You can't tell Turkey that they have to accept your ways and your lifestyle. What you are able to get away with in America is much different than what they allow in Turkey and in a lot of African countries. Egypt told them to kick rocks too. Somebody said, why are you covering this, big dog? Because it's a very popular topic to talk about. It's cultural. It's a big deal. It's relative to money. It's relative to culture, and it's comparative. You should be able to compare it to what people are able to do in America. See, a lot of people. Let me say this, bro. We're very unappreciative of America. We really take for granted. Somebody said it's Roland Martin on the cruise. Y'all mess, bro. Yeah. I'm about to turn the chat off to where I can't see it. It's y'all a mess, bro. People are not really appreciative. They're not appreciative of America and the freedoms that we have in America. Most of the problems that we have here are made up. You feel like you're being persecuted. You feel like you're being treated a certain way. Oh my God, my rights are being removed. I have the right to be able to pursue life and liberty and pursue the happiness for everybody else. A lot of people are fake outraged here in America, but you have more freedom here. People may not agree with you. I may not agree with your lifestyle, but you have more freedom here to do what you want to do more than anywhere else in the world. You are literally protected in your speech for what you want to do. And people still complain about America. They don't even let y'all in certain countries. They don't even let y'all in certain countries, and you still complaining about America.
Mediterranean cruise on board the Scarlet Lady. The Virgin Voyages ship, chartered by Atlantis Events, turned away from an entire country.
Look at this nonsense. And it is so many. This is the only time that you don't have to worry about race. Did y'all notice that? You never hear sassy men get aggravated at each other. Maybe y'all do. Maybe y'all do have a race war within the alphabet community. I know that y'all hijacked the whole race-based conversation so that y'all can get off what y'all want to get off. But maybe it is a race-based conversation inside of these circles. But I don't think that it is. This is one of the only rare instances where black and white comes together on top of each other. This is the only place where you don't get any domestic violence. Oh, man.
Turkish authorities saying it's because...
Hold on. Dog in the red hat on. You see my man in the red? Right there? Not the red hat. The one that got on, he got on like this over thing on the top of him. Y'all a mess, bro. Y'all are genuinely a mess. I just want to say that. Just for the record, make sure you state that for the record. Y'all are an absolute mess, bro. Y'all are a mess. Look at all of these people that are out on the sea. That's how I know that God is merciful and that it rained on the just and the unjust. Because for them to be able to be out at sea and nothing happens, that means that God is allowing for things to play out the way it's going to play out. Real talk.
Turkish authorities saying it's because of behavior that does not.
And now, I never liked cruises in the first place, but now I cannot do a Virgin Voyages cruise.
Not align with the values and morals of their society. Passengers left confused by this sudden change.
And this is usually what they look like too. A lot of them are, a lot of older white men are really finding themselves out here in the streets. Like, I'm starting to see you guys hold hands publicly, make decisions in order for each other. I've seen a lot of y'all dress alike. It's a lot of adult white men. They be having kids. They be having ex-wives, families. Sometimes they are in a relationship and they'll tell their wife, you know what? I don't feel like myself. I think that I need to discover the new me. And then the wife will say, well, what is the new you, honey? And they say, you know, here, let me show you. And then they leave, they go into the other room, and they come out in their wives' gear. They have on their wives' panties. They have on their wives' shoes. They do the whole thing. Yeah, I've seen them in D.C. too. I see him in D.C. too. And then they tell their ex-wife, soon-to-be ex-wife, is it possible you could just be my best friend? They straight up do it. They straight up do it. Or their wife catches them. They want to get caught. That's the real, that's the caveat. They want to get caught. Or the wife will catch them doing something, putting on something in their clothes that they're not supposed to be in. Come in and he got on her wig and her own outfit. That's a white guy thing. Yeah, Caitlyn Jenner. I was talking to Leslie about him. I said it's crazy out here. I said, man, Bruce was the man. For whatever reason, we was talking about Olympics. Oh, because she's on the Olympic, she made whatever, right? And so she was like, I don't know how we got on. I said, yeah, man, Bruce used to be on the Wheaties box. She said, what do you mean? She said, what did he do? I said, I think he was like a DECA athlete, a decathlon athlete. He was like one of them Iron Men where you could run in like 20 different races over 3 days type of dudes. I said he was just like supposed to be the ultimate masculinity on the Wheaties box. And then one day he said, you know what? I want to wear Kris Jenner's outfit. I want to wear Chris's outfit. These guys right here are the faces. They are the face of the movement. No, it's not the women with the piercings. Those are just extras. It's not the chicks that got all of the tattoos. Nah, that's not it. The face of the movement are white men that look straight.
Of plans.
Were you surprised that Turkey wouldn't let you dock there?
It's surprising because we were on a similar cruise last year that started in Turkey. Something has obviously changed in
Yep, that's how they be walking around with each other.
The winds and the politics.
The cruise then chose a new port, Alexandria, Egypt. But passengers soon got this notice under their cabin doors, saying, early this morning, we were informed that Scarlet Lady has been denied entry into Egyptian waters. Turned away again.
We were 3 hours away from docking, and the captain called me up and said, I think we have a problem here. The harbor master had said, you're not going to be able to come into Egypt and turn around.
We reached out to the Egyptian consulate but have not heard back. While Turkey and Egypt don't explicitly criminalize being gay or trans, vague morality laws against obscenity and indecency can indirectly target LGBTQ+ individuals. Still, gay-themed cruises have saved.
Why are y'all, I don't believe that y'all targeted. I think that y'all make yourselves a target on purpose and then antagonize people to try to make yourself a martyr. Because nobody should know anybody's sexuality anyway. If you was just living a regular life and you was just having fun and enjoying life, why would somebody know your sexuality unless you open up your mouth to talk? Why would anybody even be able to target you unless you're wearing a big old sign or you wearing the gay flag or you doing something that you're not supposed to do and you're advertising it? Why would people target you unless you were advertising it? Because nobody really cares. That's the truth. If you look at what's going on in society, if you look at how things are playing out in the world, nobody really cares about what nobody else is doing until they try to force it on you. Nobody cares. So how would they know that you are whatever you think you are unless you went and threw it in somebody else's face?
Made trips to these countries in the past.
We were on the phone immediately with the tour operator who had, spent thousands and thousands of dollars setting up buses, tour guides, lunches.
By refusing to allow almost 2,000 people to come in to ports in Turkey and in Egypt, they're saying we're perfectly fine with losing hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Turkey brought in more than $60 billion in revenue from tourism last year, and Egypt brought in more than $16 billion. And LGBTQ tourism in particular is a booming industry, projected to exceed $660 billion by 2033, according to a recent study. Experts say these countries could be hurting their own economies by not embracing that.
It could have effects on future plans of other LGBT people. They want to travel to places where they will at least feel safe.
But the passengers on the Scarlet Lady,
we're too gay to come spend a bunch of money in your country,
refusing to let this get them down.
For 7 to 10 days, we just get to be this uplifting community. We get to be ourselves. And that's what we really focused on.
And when Patty LuPone finally took the stage, she posted this note online with the caption, "A magnificent ship full of gay men and me." Stephen Romo, NBC News.
Let me back up for a second.
Recent study embracing that.
That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy to me. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications. Do they use that cruise ship for families after? Probably. Elizabeth Nicholas says Sodom and Gomorrah on the water. That's a fact. Sanquan says, Anton, what made y'all choose Taekwondo over a sport like tennis or golf? Is there a bag in Taekwondo that we don't know about? Sponsorships. There's some pretty popular people in every respective sport. We chose Taekwondo. She chose Taekwondo. We was just looking to get her into something for the summer, and so we was, experimenting with different things, and so her and her cousins went to Taekwondo, and she just loved it. She stuck with it. She loved it. And then she wanted to start going every day. And she wanted to join the team. And then she found camaraderie with people. And it's just been the way that it's been the whole time. So we didn't choose it for her. She chose it for herself. Should we do this last story? Yeah, let's do this last story. Why not? So there's a lot of conversation that's being had online about DDG. Now, DDG is a streamer. He's also been on YouTube, and he's a pretty popular streamer. But the conversation has nothing to do with streaming per se. It has something to do with cameramen. How much should a successful streamer pay their camera person? Let's dig into it a little bit.
Let's get into these applications. Now, for the cameraman, before I get into these, right, I would like, why is this on here, bro? I'll find someone for you. Send the offer in my DMs. Offer sounds expensive. Okay, let's see. DDG is hosting cameraman workouts. Okay, hold on. Let me see. I've been seeing a lot of people have opinions on how much a cameraman should be paid. Okay? I didn't see. First of all, I seen this shit. I wish my Instagram logged in. Damn, this shit got 11 million views. 11 million views. You can see the folks talking shit. Let me see. 2 to 3K a month is the equivalent to working McDonald's. Yeah, this DDG has lost his mind. He bringing rappers' mindset into streaming where he believes that access to a lifestyle is low wages. 3K a month while working full-time, a livable wage, meaning cool people not going to pay bills. You a Twitter. Shut your ass up. All you do is type. Has nothing to do with you. You're a Twitter account. No one knows your name. You're Danny Phantom. Go fight crime or something. Fight crime. All right, boss. A whole lot of people worried about a job that they're not applying for. You got to understand. Listen, 20K is overly good. Am I paying 20K a month for a cameraman? Absolutely not.
That's crazy.
And I don't give a what the you think this is. And it's like, y'all think this is like, why the if cameraman was making 20K a month every month to hold a camera, I would be a cameraman. Sign me up. I don't want to stream no more. I want to hold the camera. Y'all just be coming up with numbers anyway. Y'all talking about bad clips. I don't give a guarantee you I'll have a cameraman regardless. Have y'all seen me selfieing around this? No.
All right, let me say this. All right. IRL streamers are much different than regular streamers because IRL streamers a lot of times move around, especially the ones that get the TVU book bag or whatever the name of that book bag is. It's like a 30 to 40K book bag to where they always have uptime and they streaming. They streaming. That's the way that they make their money. That's the way that they generate their revenue. Now, the thing that I see happening inside of these comments is a lot of people are trying to make it seem like, oh man, you should pay your cameraman X amount of dollars because that's what allows for him to be able to have a livable wage or do this or do that when he's over in the city. A lot of people are pressuring him and saying, well, listen, how much you make? Well, if you make this much, this is what you should be able to pay somebody else. Let me set the precedent. The first thing is, I don't believe that anybody should be paid based off of what they boss make. That has nothing to do with what you do. Nothing to do with what you do. Yeah, that's $250,000 a year. No. The only people I think that should be making $250,000 a year on your team as a content creator is a person in sales. I think that a salesperson should get a percentage of whatever deal that they bring in. And so if you work in sales and you're able to leverage the information to run up a bag, then I have no problem paying you a crazy amount of money because you're eating what you kill and you bring in value. But outside of sales, no. There's no way that you're ever going to convince me that outside of sales, that a camera person is supposed to be making $250,000 a year. Get the heck out of here, bro. To hold a camera and you get first class flights and you get to travel and you get fed and you get food. A lot of times you get housing on top of that and all you got to do is run a camera. No, we have gotten so far out of our minds and out of touch. No, a camera person should not be making $250,000 a year. They should be soaking up the game to ultimately branch off on their own.
Never will. I know what's reasonable. Now, when y'all say 3K, the only one thing I have to say, bro, the main reason why I'm going through what I'm going through with this cameraman is because of my last cameraman. Not the I just fired, Ed. Let's be real. Ed quit. If Ed would have never quit, I would have still been using Ed. You feel me? And I wouldn't have to do all this extra shit. What's blowing me is, and Ed, I know you're gonna see this clip. Bro, on some work shit. No, never again. Never, ever, 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 ever again. That don't mean I don't f with you, but it's like, I would never let you film for me again. Ever. And I've been seeing Ed do these goddamn streams every goddamn day. Nigga doing cameraman podcasts. Nigga doing reactions to everything I say, do. I'm like, bro, come on, bro. That shit blowing me. It's like, this shit.
You think that 120,000, 90 to 120,000 seems reasonable as a cameraman? All right, somebody in the chat tell me, how much should a cameraman make? For a streamer. Not for a major production, not for a show, not for ESPN, not for any of these type of stuff. How much should a cameraman make that records a streamer? Because I'm telling you, the people the content creators are the ones that's creating the jobs. $85,000, 50 to 60. Let me read some of y'all chats. 10%. 10% of what? 10% of what he make? And y'all smoking crack. $4,000 to $5,000 a month, $60,000 a year. $65,000 to $70,000, $50,000, $700 a week, $55,000. 10%, 70%. $50K. 30 a year. 4 to 5 a month, 45,000. It's actually 50 to 60,000 on news networks.
He only hit my phone and be like, hey, bro, like this and that, blah, blah. He hit my phone to judge the cameraman tryouts. Why make this make sense? Why would you judge some cameraman tryouts and you the reason why I'm doing this? That don't make no sense. That shit just blew me, bro. Like, that shit blew me with Ed, bro. I'm like, man, that's crazy. Because all this shit is going on just because it wanted to quit. Like, if this how, let me tell y'all how I would have quit, right? I'm just give you my perspective. If I was Ed and I was quitting and I said, you know, I ain't want to do this no more, whoop-de-whoop, right? What I would have did was I would have been like, hey, bro, I ain't gonna lie. I ain't really with this shit no more for real. I got about a week or two in me, man. I ain't gonna lie. But I help you find another person ASAP so you ain't gotta be without a cameraman.
Yeah, that is the right thing.
That's how I should do it.
That's the right thing to do.
Just waking up one morning and being like, I'm cool off this, that rubbed me the wrong way for L. And y'all know me, I'm very loyal. And I think Derek said it in a clip, like,
that will rub me the wrong way too.
Forever. You feel me? And then another thing, bro. Another thing I have to clear up, because a lot of this speculation of cameraman not getting paid a lot and this and that is coming from him indirectly, even though he don't probably say my name or say, oh, who else was you streaming for? And I've been holding my tongue about this for a long time. Y'all, the amount of money I was paying Ed was not life-changing. Regular money. But there was incentives. It's been times where I've told, hey, bro, let's do Snapchat. Let's do this. Let's do boom. Me and Ed and it's not happening no more. Me and Ed had a clothing line coming out. We had samples coming in. Like, I'm trying, just because I ain't paying it crazy to hold a camera, it does not mean that I'm trying to like keep it under. If Ed would have never quit, and he do this a lot, he did it last time we was working together. If he would have never quit, bro, then would have made so much money off the clothes with me. And then on top of that, I had to doing $1 a snap a little bit ago. Not well, last time we worked together. $1 a snap. It ain't like, bro, I don't know when it ain't getting paid a lot of money. I always try to find ways to help make more money. But while you're making more money, I want to make money as well. So I like to create businesses and different ventures and give people other opportunities to make money in other places, not just holding a camera on stream. You get what I'm saying?
A lot of people believe that your money is their money because you're doing well. I'll give you an example, right? I would say that when it comes to panels, especially panels of a lot of people, I would probably say that I'm the gold standard. So much so to where when people come over to my platform, a lot of times, longer term, you know, you coming in, you seeing what you got and all of that other type of stuff or whatever. When they come over to my platform, and let's say I have them over there regularly long term, they want to get paid. Now, they'll go on other platforms and work for free. You know why? Because they're not looking at it and saying, hey, we should get paid in general. They're looking at it and saying, well, how much money do you got? How much money do you got? That's how they look at it. How much money do you have? CW say you pay good. Well, I mean, it is what it is. That's how people determine whether or not they should get, hey man, you making all of this. Go ahead and pay them this. You don't know nothing about what my costs are. You don't know nothing about my costs. You don't know nothing about what I got going on. You don't know what's happening. You have no clue whatsoever. So a lot of times people believe that they're supposed, now you will go over there and do it for free and don't make no money. But you want me to pay you more money than you ever made in your life. See, look, when you justify your worth, you don't justify your worth based off of what somebody else is doing. You justify your worth based off of the value that you add. All right? The value that you add. Your worth is not my worth. My worth is my worth. Your worth is whatever it is, the value that you have or that you bring. Y'all acting just like females. Y'all acting like the women that we criticize. That they try to get into a relationship and they say, hey, this is our money. What do you mean? Your value is your value. My value is my value. I know I'm too nice. I'm way too nice. But that's because I've always wanted everybody to win that's been around me and my team. But sometimes that can come back to bite you too. Oh, pay me how much it costs me to live in California. Now, and then I also pay people a lot more because I like to keep the right type of people long term. I like to keep the right type of people long term. I don't want to be limited and you know, I don't want to retrain. I don't want to bring nobody in. I don't want to do none of that type of stuff. You know? But I always be amazed that people feel like they should make whatever the content creators make. Nah, I don't agree with that.
streams. My Clipper. Don't I pay you? As much as it may hurt to hit sin on 300,000, do I pay you? Oh, you don't tell how much money you make. You know what I mean? It's just like, bro, I pay. And this whole.
Somebody said, for instance, if DDG making millions off of him filming him, his cameraman should be making at least $100,000 a year. DDG makes money because DDG is DDG. Anton, how are you able to make sense of that? Because everybody can't get filmed and then you still make $100,000. You can't base your value off of what I make. If you go and stream somebody else that don't make as much money as me, but you're doing just as much work, is your value based off of the work that you do, or is your value based off of how much money I make? Because anybody that films with DDG gonna make about DDG gonna make millions if he filming himself. So why don't you go and duplicate that with somebody else if it's so easy? You can't base your success off of my success. You have to base your value off of your value. He making millions. Y'all don't get it. Y'all don't get it. Y'all don't get it. Y'all genuinely don't get it. Y'all don't get it. His value is not based off of DDG's value. His value is based off of his value. Y'all think that cameramen should be making $100,000 a year? Are y'all sick in the head? Why do you think that somebody that's a cameraman should be making $100,000 a year? Are y'all crazy? Now, if somebody gives you $100,000 a year for whatever job that you do, that does not mean that that's your value. That just means that they're generous. That just means that you're generous. That does not mean that that's what you make. Man, I remember when people used to work for free just to get a name for themselves so that they can go off and learn whatever it is that they need to learn so that they can make a bunch of money on their own. You gonna pray for me? Oh, you ain't got to pray for me. I'm good. You ain't got to pray for me. I'm good. I hold my own camera. How about that? Yeah, I agree. The cashier at McDonald's wants CEO compensation for putting the fries in the bag. I hold my own camera, and then we'll just leave the position open, and we ain't got to worry about it. That's why I learned to do everything myself. Because it's a nice to have, but I don't want to be dependent on nobody. That's why I learned how to do every single thing myself. Stream, I could do it by myself. Editing, if I just wanted to, I could do 100% of it by myself. Anything I want to do in any business I create, I make sure that I understand it 100% because I'm not going to let nobody extort me. Somebody said he's making millions. 100,000 isn't hard to ask. Listen, bro. When I do business with people and I have people pay me, I don't say, but y'all making this amount. I say, this is the value that I add, and this is what my number is. This is what my price is. They have the opportunity to pick me up at my price or not. I'm not basing what I'm asking somebody off of their brand. I'm basing what I'm asking for somebody based off of the value that I add. And if you don't have that same number for everybody else, then that's not your value. Your value is your value, regardless of where you go. Your value is not your value based off of who you aligning yourself with. You don't deserve nothing. Somebody said filming somebody all day is hard. Y'all film yourselves all day and y'all broke. You don't make no money. Y'all film yourself all day. You do selfies, you be on Instagram, you take pictures of your girlfriend, you do videos for her, you do boomerangs, and you don't make $100,000. You don't pay yourself $100,000, but you want it from me. You don't even pay yourself $100,000, but you want it from me. You film yourself all day and be broke. Y'all smoking crack. Y'all smoking crack. I think you should look out for the people that is around you because you a good person and you a nice person. And I'm a generous person. I am a very, very, very generous person. Somebody said, Anton, if all cameramen started charging y'all millionaire streamers $80,000 and up, y'all wouldn't have a choice to say, okay, unionize, nigga, listen, I can go get my nephew. Rather than paying y'all $80,000 plus, I give $100,000 to my nephew, and he wasn't gonna do it but for free. Talking to. Listen, I'm a union buster. I break unions. I don't believe in y'all no solidarity. Believe in your solidarity if all cameramen. Nigga, I can make a cameraman. I could take a dude off the street and make him a cameraman and he'd be great. I don't need you. If all cameramen. Boy, the only reason you became a cameraman is because I made you one. I created the position for you to come in and thrive. You get to travel first class. You get to rock out with me. You get to meet new people. You learn behind the scenes. You're supposed to be learning so you can level up for yourself. And you're making money and you're getting paid doing it. And you get to use my equipment. You bring in your own camera. You got your own FX5. You got your own $30,000, $40,000 backpack equipment. Because see, where I'm from, the only people that can charge money is the people that come in professionally. So the contractors bring their own excavation equipment. They bring their own crew. They bring all of that. So when they name me a price, I say, yup, cool. And I pay them the price. You're going to use my computer. You're going to use my equipment. You're going to use my camera. You're going to learn from me. And you're going to tell me what I'm going to pay you to learn from me? This is room 9. I'll say something else. This is room. Boy, they don't pay you $100,000 at Disney. They don't pay you $100,000 at ESPN. They don't pay you $100,000 at CBS. They don't pay you $100,000 at Fox News until you got tenure. They don't pay you that to work on a film. But you're going to tell me? You're going to tell me? A cameraman at ESPN. Let me show y'all something, bro. Let me show y'all. Let me break it down for y'all so that y'all will truly understand who you talking to and what you talking about. Because some of y'all is just shooting at the waist. You're just shooting at the waist. You don't even understand how well you have it when you work with other people, right? Let me show you something. An ESPN cameraman estimated annual salary is between $40,000 and $80,000, roughly $26 to $37 per hour. So what we talking about? What we talking about? What are we talking about? I can go get 2 cameramen for ESPN. For what you talking about, I can get one for the daytime and one for the nighttime. I can go get 2 cameramen from ESPN that have experience and they'll be happy. And I'll be paying them more than they was making at their regular job. I'll get 2 of them. Y'all sound like the hoes, man. I'm going to keep it 100 with you. Y'all sound like the hoes. Y'all sound just like women that tell men that they deserve to be taken care of and to be stay-at-home girlfriends and that they should be paid a salary of $100,000 a year just to be your girlfriend. That's what y'all sound like. Y'all sound no different than the modern women that y'all complain about on a regular basis. And they went to school for it. You just pulled up off the street. You just pulled up off the street. I got people every day, every single day, come up to me and say, man, I just want to be around. I work for free. I just want to learn this and that and so on and so forth. I turn people down every day for free. I have no problem turning you down for $250,000 a year. I don't know what the cameraman was making with DDG. What would I pay a cameraman? What would I pay? It depends on their experience, and it depends on the dynamics of it. Depends on their experience, and it depends on the dynamic. If my cameraman, now we talking about me. I'm not talking about what you deserve. I'm talking about me specifically. What would I pay my cameraman that's with me 24 hours, not 24 hours a day, but that's with me the majority of the day? I would probably give my cameraman between $100,000 and $120,000 because that's just the way that I move. Because I'm a generous king and because I'm a nice person. But that would also include, like, you got access to the, a lot of my stuff. You got access to the equipment, you got access to the cars, you got access to the studio. You could probably come and shoot in the studio when you want to shoot in the studio. When I'm out here, you can use my stuff. I get you the computers, the equipment, all of that type of stuff. So it's no cost and no out of pocket for you. But that's probably what I would pay because I'm a nice and I'm a generous person. Because I like my people to, do okay. And that's because I'm nice. It doesn't mean that that's because that's what you deserve. I take care of everything. I take care of hotel rooms. I take care of flights. I take care of everything. So you get to travel the world. You get to have a good time. You get to enjoy what you do. And all you got to do is hold up a goddamn camera. So that's what I would do, but that's not no. You would have to do more. You would have to do more. Definitely. You would have to do more than just hold the camera. It's gotta be something else that come along with that. More than just holding the camera. My people make a lot of money. But my people hustle. My people make a lot of money. This is the perfect one to end the show. Hold on, I got you. Thomas Walsh says a cameraman would be an idiot to take that job. 100,000 to watch you make millions. LMAO, no way. You're right. I agree. you shouldn't take the job. You shouldn't be the cameraman at ESPN. They make billions, and you only getting paid between 40 and 80. Matter of fact, you shouldn't work the job that you make, because it's you working there so that the company can make billions of dollars in profit, millions and billions of dollars in profit. You shouldn't work there either. You crazy. But again, you know what the problem is with a lot of people is that a lot of people are too close to you. And because they can pocket watch you and because they think that they know you or that they have some equity in your brand, then all of a sudden they think that, you know, that they deserve more because you worked hard and built the business. Sound just like these liberal white women. Sound just like these liberal white women. It's amazing. It's amazing. Amazing. They don't even make that on sets, and they want you to pay them triple what they would make on a regular job. Oh, I don't talk about how much money I make no more. I'm done. I watched a video from Shaq, and Shaq said something that was really interesting that changed my perspective about specifically stating specific numbers going forward. So I don't even talk about that no more. At all. I don't talk about it. Even when I do my reaction videos, I don't even wear this watch unless I'm on a Millionaire Morning Show now. When I do my reaction videos, I put on this, my Apple Watch. As I grow and as my brand get bigger, everything is going to change going forward. Somebody said $100,000 a year is only $50 an hour. You right. You right. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. Omega Fox says, did you talk about the national anthem from the opening of the Women's Baseball League? Sorry, I was in a meeting with my boss. Keep up the good work. No, I haven't seen nothing about that. What happened with that? Clay Hart Studio says, AD, I sent you an email and text. Kindly check Clay. All right, bet. I got you. King DJ Trick says, cameramen need to learn from experience, get connections, and build a cameraman team like the movie Nightcrawler, $60,000 max plus expenses, which the celebrity pays. Well, ain't nobody going to invest in themselves. They want everybody else to invest in them. Def 5 Star says he was paying him $3,000 a month and sometimes making him wake up in the middle of the night to film. It's not worth it. Okay. I don't know what he was paying. I didn't get to that part of the video. King DJ Trick says, I'm on my way in time to be a cameraman. These people is crazy, bro. They don't understand. Is everybody making $100,000+ out here in the streets or something? Wesley Turner says folks want to make $80,000 to film on their phones. Who is JP says, what up, though? I appreciate you, JP. Everybody's complaining probably makes less than $100,000. It's crazy out here in these streets. Crazy. Anyways, great show. Let me give y'all a round of applause. We did go over the 4-hour mark, but I had a good time. And we own it. So I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. For the bag chasers, make sure y'all tap into the Patreon. Link is in the description. I am going to be uploading something there. I might be uploading 2 things today, actually, by sometime tonight, before 9 p.m. tonight. So I'm going to be uploading something there. And we back at it tomorrow along with Room 9. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I'm going to holler at y'all later. Peace.